Okay. So how's everybody doing? Trying to wait, see if we get some people coming in. I don't know. Hell, everybody might be sleeping by now. Kind of had to run my ass off tonight. Anybody out there? How's everybody doing? What's new? What's old? What's going on? Anybody there? Anybody want to say hello? Hey, Sean, Wizard, Be Charming. How y'all doing? Anybody want to come up? Twiddling my thumbnails, trying to put a ton of shit away that I really don't have room for. But my dumb ass went out and bought the shit anyways. You asked. I do a live stream every Saturday. Tonight's a little later than usual because my dumb ass is running a little late. Get a bigger truck. Oh hell, no wonder. My damn thing. Hold on a second.
Hey, 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 hey.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're 5x5.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize my damn headset. It, it does this. I go into StreamYard and it like disconnects and shit. And
In the interim, me coming up here, I don't. I thought I heard you. I mean, your sounds good now. I
okay,
mean, that must be like. I mean, because you're always kind of loud anyway. But I mean, that mic, is that like one of those like $250 headsets? I mean, high octane kind of thing.
wasn't quite that much. It's a Blue Parrot. But the problem is the headset. I was listening to YouTube on it, and the headset was connected. But when I went into StreamYard, for some reason it did not want to connect up. So I got to disconnect it, reconnect it, and all that bullshit.
Oh, gotcha. So we haven't shot the shit for a while. I mean, probably since you got hit by the Prius.
Yeah, it wasn't a
Whatever happened
Prius.
to that?
It was a Ford Explorer.
Oh,
I
sorry. The
honestly,
Prius is a little
not
bit more funny, but whatever
well,
happened to that?
yeah. Well, they both survived. As far as I know, they're doing okay. She admitted that she was just distracted and veered into my lane. So, I mean, I didn't get a ticket or anything. So,
That was
That
my
was
next
good.
question because, sometimes
Yeah, no.
when you have an accident like that and it's inadvertent, then if you don't get a ticket by the company, then or ticket by the cops, the company still does it because you technically got in a wreck. So then that
Yeah,
just gives you like freaking headaches, which you don't need,
hell no. I got too much shit going on. I don't need any more problems.
right?
So, but yeah,
Everybody,
no, I didn't. I didn't get anything out of that.
I didn't catch it. Somebody the other night asked about your wife. Did something happen?
My wife,
Was it you?
not that I know of.
Maybe somebody was just saying, "Well, hey, how's your wife doing?" But there's no
Oh,
context in the chat. I thought,
yeah.
she may have fell or had surgery or something. We all are getting old, but wives never get old.
Hey, bite your fucking tongue, man. I mean, I know I'm getting old, but I don't need you to fucking remind me. What the
Hey,
shit?
what are you like 31, 32?
Shit. Shit. But keep lying to me. I like it.
Right? Checks in the mail.
That's right. No, I'm 47.
Oh yeah, we're same age.
Okay.
I
Making a
just
smart car.
What's funny is I just noticed yesterday when I was getting out of the leather recliner, I started making like old man noises, like, "Oh fuck, I gotta get up! Oh damn
I do that every fucking morning.
it!" Yeah, instantly, I thought of my dad because when I was like 9 or 10 years old, he'd do the same thing. I'd in
Now
my mind be like,
you're
"Yo,
thinking,
fucker,"
God, why? Yeah. And it's like, man, I used to talk shit about that old fart.
right?
Now I'm making the same fucking noise. I bet he's laughing his ass off at me right now.
Amen, brother. But then I
I
also came
found
out with
these.
like, you ever say things like, "I'm never gonna be like you when I grow up," and then catch yourself at like 35 or 40, like saying the same damn shit he said to you like in high school, and I'm
Oh,
like,
the same shit your parents said to you.
"Oh yeah,
You grow older, get married, have kids, turn around in the truck while you driving some. Don't mind me come back there. Of
oh
course,
yeah,
my kids are sheer smart asses, and they're like, hey, yeah, I'd like to see you do that. You gonna pull over first? You just gonna hop over the seat while we driving?
oh
All
man."
right, all right, keep it up, smart ass. Honey, hold that fucking wheel. I'm about to fuck his ass up right now.
I wonder where they get that smart ass remarks from.
I, they get it from their mama.
Oh yeah, that's right. We can
I
do
don't know
that
nothing
because she's
about
not
it.
online.
That's right.
We can talk
Well,
all sorts of shit.
if you've ever seen my wife online with me, on a live with me, she's just as fucked up as I am. She's
I'm
just as smart ass as I am and all that good shit.
dude. I am like legit scared of your wife.
Oh, why is that? Don't I
Oh
hear that
no,
from a lot of grown ass men?
oh fuck yeah! I'm 6 foot tall and 220, and I'm just as scared like a fucking toddler.
Yeah.
Well, if she could keep
I
you in line, that's just
oh, she
you know
don't
what I'm
keep me in
saying.
line. She don't keep me in line. Yeah, that's no.
Uh-huh.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, whatever.
That ain't happening.
You ain't gotta lie to the internet. The internet knows
I'm not
everything.
lying to the internet. My wife does not keep me in line. I keep myself in line because I like getting late. I like
Uh-huh.
sex and shit, And I fuck up too bad. I don't get no nookie.
Yep.
I mean, I ain't trying to knock on women or nothing. Well, let's face facts. Women been holding pooty poo over our heads for millennium.
Oh yeah. They know how to
I
do it.
bet,
It's called hypergamy.
yeah, I bet back in the cave. Oh, we got another guest. Okay. Oh, look at here.
Got my phone in my pocket. Who's coming up?
Hey, beautiful. How you doing?
Hey, not
It is
much.
Black Mystic Owl.
Oh, my camera's
Let me,
fuzzy.
where the hell? Never mind.
Long
No, your
time
camera's
listener,
not
first
fuzzy. We're
time
just that
follower.
shit faced. No, she ain't a first time follower.
No,
She
me.
been following
Nice,
me. Oh,
nice
you.
to meet
Oh,
you,
sorry.
Miss Owl.
My bad.
Hello.
Greetings, Earthling.
There we go. he's a little odd. You got to forgive him.
You're good. I'm surprised Mike's not lurking in the chat.
Oh, he's there somewhere.
Probably.
Let me start talking about your boobs or your ass or something. He'll pop up.
Who's
Like,
this?
huh? What? I heard that. Oh, that's her boyfriend. Fiance.
Hold on, hold on.
Fiance.
Boyfriend.
Husband. Flavor of the week.
Flavor of the week. Wow.
Right. I got to know you
Hey,
for
I'm-
30 minutes to bust your stones, so Just wait. 28 minutes.
28 minutes. Hey, Shift Kicker. Oh, so how the hell is everybody?
I am dead tired.
Fuck you mean you're dead tired? You don't do anything.
Oh, damn.
You sit at a computer.
I have to listen to
to
people's complaints.
I was just going to say, you sit at a computer and you listen to assholes like me bitch and complain about shit. Y'all gonna have to forgive me. I am fucking starving. I swear to God, if I was at
coma.
Oh, wow. If I was at fucking Lazarus Homestead right now, I swear to God, I'd eat that fucking cat. I am that damn hungry.
That was a freaking killer stream. It kind of fucked me up for a minute because I'm like, usually you're like not in the same room, but then you were in the same room, and I'm like, this is fucked up.
Oh, what's fucked up is we didn't get it on video of when I went up there. Chris had no idea I was coming up.
Oh, no shit.
Chris did not know. So Lee had me hide in the bathroom.
Oh, so it's a surprise.
Yeah, we left my truck down at the shopping center. So Chris never saw my truck. He pulls in the driveway, and I'm sitting in there. Now, I got my pants up, so I'm still fully clothed, but I'm sitting on a shitter, sitting on the toilet. And she's like, hey, go get me a towel out of the bathroom. He knocks on the door, and I'm dead quiet. The kids didn't even say nothing. And he's like, I think somebody's in there. She's like, oh, no, I think I forgot to turn the light off. Just go on in and get me a towel. He busts the door open, and I'm like, hey, little privacy here. And he's like, oh, sorry. Dude! And
That's
fucker
awesome.
squeezed me so hard I about shit myself.
Well, I'm glad you were in the toilet.
No kidding. The only problem is, I was on the toilet, but I still had my britches up.
Was that like the first time you guys have ever met in person?
No, I've been up there
okay.
like 2 or 3 times.
Gotcha. Dude,
so
that's
apparently
awesome
Mike
stuff.
is lurking in your stream. So.
Oh, I have no doubt. Hey, Mike, that's okay. Hey, pay attention, Mike. She's gonna show me them boobies later.
Yeah, scratch them ears. We need to get you
All
that
right,
kind of
come
headset.
on. Oh shit, that motherfucker is thawed out. Well, that bitch will get cooked tomorrow. Oh, I gotta clean this motherfucker out. Jesus Christ.
I don't think he can hear what you're saying. He's probably playing games, not focused or not really paying attention.
Men don't play games.
No,
only women.
Fathead's paying attention.
Oh shit.
See, I told you. All I gotta do. Hey, Constitutional Carpenter. Welcome. All I had to do was talk about your boobs, and boom, look. Fucking Genie appears.
Greetings, sir, from Mars.
Hey, Genie. I want a new blow-up doll.
Best I can do is a balloon animal, but I think that'll suit you just fine.
Can you make it look like a goat?
Sheep only.
Push
Close
them
enough.
Push them up against a cliff. They push back.
Oh my god.
Who needs a cliff? I might slip and fall off. Use a fence. Safer and easier.
At least I know what kind of humor I can get to get Fathead to laugh.
No,
Nice.
it was kind of funny because I was sitting here watching the stream, just had it playing in the background while I was playing Fallout, and Jenny messages me, "I'm showing my tits on Prepper's channel," and I'm like,
All of a
First
sudden,
off-
that motherfucker. All of a sudden, he's like, "Huh? What?
No,
Where?"
I knew she was here. I could hear pretty much everything you guys were saying. I knew that's not what was happening, and I'm just like, that's a really dirty tactic to try and get me to tune in. Like, is it weird that I
Hey.
actually feel a little offended that she would use that?
Oh, that's
Hey.
like
Whatever it takes to get views, okay? This is YouTube, motherfucker. I'm trying to get this shit so I can earn a living and retire and have my kids just fetch me a beer.
that's the
Like some
next
of that
level
high-class beer,
manipulation,
you know, that
man.
$3 a bottle shit instead of that $1.25.
Oh no, I'm nothing against you, Prepper. I'm just like, Jenny really think that I would believe that at this point?
Yeah,
Is
but
my
you gotta-
intelligence being insulted?
You got to admit that's like some next level manipulation, and it worked like a charm.
Like I said,
I
I've been
was
here
just
the whole
fixing to
time.
say, he's been here. But he didn't come up on panel. He's just playing a game,
Uh-huh.
usual.
I
And then
didn't
all
come
of a
up on
sudden, what?
panel.
Tits? Wait a minute, tits? Huh? See?
I came on panel to make Jenny aware that I'm very disappointed that she tried that.
There'll be
She
some
did try,
scolding
she
in an
succeeded.
hour.
Oh no!
I-
What's funny
Your
is
ass
she
is
does
on panel.
this.
She succeeded.
She does this like once every couple of weeks. She doesn't realize I've got a notebook here. Every time she does shit like this, I'm saving up for when she moves out here.
Oh, damn.
Just remember that one offset wipes
You
out 10
do
attaboys.
know, you do know I am bringing a cast iron skillet with me.
Oh, that's fine. Bring the cast iron skillet.
And if you lose it, let me know. I'll stop off and buy you one as long as I get videos.
I got a
Fighting
question
for
though,
that
Jenny,
Saturday night
about that cast iron skillet.
slot against Buck Rogers.
What do you think's harder? Just off the top of your head. My skull or your ass?
My
You
penis.
think you can get near my ass? You think you can get near it?
Nah.
Joke's
Oh,
on you.
Oh fuck! I think Sorry, I thought I damaged my belt. This is literally the only belt I could find in like 6 stores that fit me. I thought I damaged it.
You do know I could easily not move there.
Oh!
That's
Ooh.
mean.
Threaten me,
Okay.
I'll threaten you back.
That's
All right,
that
guys.
long range. I'm going to hold this pussy over your head.
Right? All right, guys, I'm going to jump down and get ready for bed, all right? Have a great one and stay safe out there.
All right, Wizard. Great seeing you again, brother.
Later, Bubba.
Later.
I'm a little bit disappointed in myself because I know what his profile picture is from.
Oh, okay. Oh, my sides hurt
How
now.
you been, Prepper? What you eating
Good
anyway?
evening.
It sounds like cereal, but yep.
It is Golden Puffs. I had a hankering for some honey sweet shit.
Honestly,
And
I get made fun of for this a lot, but like I eat all kinds of cereal. But my personal favorite, fucking Raisin Bran, dude.
Okay, Grandma.
I like raisins.
I can't really talk shit because I'm not a big fan of Raisin Bran anymore, and that's mainly because I was a dumbass lots of years ago, late teens, early 20s,
I don't.
And I
don't
said-
doubt that.
down in a day. In a day, I ate a whole big box of fucking Raisin Bran. Do you know what that does to you? Go leave the bathroom
No.
unless
I-
you got Depends.
So I like Raisin Bran, but I think it's because I don't eat it very often. Because as much as I like it, once it gets soggy, at that
I'm
point,
the same
just
way
eat
about
cold.
my Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, once it gets cold, you might as well just eat like cold oatmeal or something. It's better.
Yeah. Oh, Sean, shut up about that llama shit. I don't need no damn llamas.
Sorry, I saw this post earlier. It was driving by a field and I see a sheep. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty sheep, and then raises its head and its neck gets longer and longer and longer, and then I realize, oh, that's just an alpaca.
I'm
Hey,
surprised
TH2.
Lazarus or Man of the Dark is not in here today.
Yeah, where is everybody? That's
I
all.
don't know.
That's the other reason
It
I
is a
popped in.
little
I
later
noticed.
than what I usually do.
Well, that was the other reason I popped in. I was sitting here like, is it really just the 3 of them? What the fuck?
Yeah, and I don't think I saw the alert for the guys. So it's like
Probably
I
not.
don't know.
Hey, Free Hanley.
Fuck, it is Saturday, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
It is.
They've been flip flopping my work schedule, so I'm all kind of fucked up.
Mhm.
Well, normally I work Saturdays, right? Normally I'm Tuesday through
Mhm.
I
Saturday.
forgot to send a fucking text message. I'm an asshole.
Two.
Hi, Moonlight.
Who are you supposed to send text messages to?
Moonlight.
Oops. But normally they have me Tuesday through Saturday, but with the manager we have right now, I flip flop Mondays and Saturdays with her because she has a second job. So this week I actually have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, and I'm sitting here like, the fuck am I gonna do with a 3-day weekend?
Well, since you're there and she's not, all I can say is free porn and a bottle of lotion.
I know one thing I am going to be doing. I got to hop online and start looking at cars.
That you do need to.
Uh-huh.
Once my tax return comes in, I'm going to buy a little shit box that I can actually use to get back and forth to work.
You should stop riding that damn Chihuahua.
Well, right now, I go in, since I'm living with my folks, when my mom goes into work, she drives me in, and perfectly fine. I don't mind. You know, I just sleep on the way there. Here's the problem. My shift starts
You
at
show
9
up to
a.m.
work 5 hours early.
Not quite, but my shift starts at 9. I get dropped off about 7:30.
Hey, I'm gonna be in the storeroom. What you doing? I'm gonna go back to sleep. Wake me up about 8:45.
Oh, I scared the shit out of one of the owners once because I was sitting at my desk being perfectly quiet, just trying to go ahead and take a nap. And she comes in with her kid, and they're getting everything, and I kind of turn around and go, "Morning!" I swear this woman
Night,
jumped 6 inches
Hanley.
off the ground.
That's fucking hilarious.
I'm surprised she didn't fire you right then and there.
No, she was just, I didn't realize you were there. You're usually not that quiet. Like, first off, fuck you.
Hey, Sean, just remember, there's a spare room upstairs.
No, the only time the owner's ever done anything that annoys me was the owner. It's technically the owner's wife, but I guess she's also owner. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I was sitting there in my office. My office has 2 light switches. One of them each one controls 2 sets of lights. I only turn one on because I don't need that much fucking light. I work in front of a computer. As long as I can see what the hell I'm doing, I'm good. And she's sitting there, we're talking about a job that we're working on, and she comes and turns on the second light. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? It's dark in here. You shouldn't have to turn that fucker off.
Turn the damn light off. I was taking a nap.
Well, I mean, I prefer to work in, I guess you could say, half light. Like right now, the only light that's on is the one over there. There's technically one behind me. But if I'm sitting here at my desk doing shit,
Night shift kicker.
I just want that one on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you might
Don't
find this
start
pretty
that
cool.
shit.
Sorry. You might find this pretty cool, Pepper. So you know how I do like the digital art and shit, right?
Yeah.
The tablet I use now is just a blank board. Has an area where you draw on it, etc., etc. Apparently, I can get one it's either the same size or a little bit bigger that actually has a screen on it where you plug an HDMI into the back of the computer, and it'll show what's on your screen on the tablet, and you can still draw on it.
Shit, that's what I need so I can trace me some shit.
No, in that case, what you need is a light board, which are like $50.
Or just buy tracing paper and a flashlight
The nice thing,
That
well,
too.
and a piece
actually,
of plexiglass.
if you do that, you don't even need tracing paper. If you use regular printer paper, it'll come through just fine. I used to do that actually with regular printer paper. We had a glass tabletop, and I would take my phone, turn the flashlight on my phone, and put it under the table, and shine it up. Have whatever I was drawing underneath, have the printer paper on top, and I could draw it that way. It was really good for getting used to doing complex shapes.
Yeah. Moonlight, you're welcome to come up if you'd
No.
like, sweetie. We
Hey,
got plenty of room.
Moonlight.
Anybody wants to come up, you're welcome to come up. You just know my rules. I won't tolerate any racism. Talk all the shit you want about me. Make good jokes. Make them good, though, because I like to laugh.
You apparently don't have that much of a line between bad joke and good joke, because you laugh at my shit.
You sure it's your jokes I'm laughing at, not your face?
I'm just checking real quick, make sure they haven't changed my schedule. Nope, still off Monday. Sweet.
So you're off
I'm
today,
surprised
tomorrow,
Chucky
Monday?
didn't. Surprised Chucky hasn't talked any shit in here yet.
Well, technically
Chucky
the
don't fucking talk to
only
me anymore. He don't love me.
technically the only times I work Sunday, I will have to work next Sunday. But the only times I work Sunday are flea markets. Because we are closed Sunday.
Where you work? Chick-fil-A?
No,
Hell, if he
Take-
does, you better give me all the crisp fries.
I don't know how people can fucking eat Chick-fil-A. That place is fucking nasty. I don't know. Maybe the Chick-fil-A's I went to were just bad, but
I wasn't impressed. I mean, it wasn't awful food. Hold on a second. Hey, little man. How's my little Z-man? You
no.
want to bring him up, Sean? If you do, we can watch our language.
Yeah. You know who surprisingly has actually pretty good chicken sandwiches?
Popeyes?
Arby's. Their chicken sliders, where all it is just a fucking roll with a chicken tender and a slice of cheese. That's all it is. They're pretty good. They're cheap
I do
too.
want me some Arby's soon.
I found today Hawaiian slider buns. So they're like the Hawaiian rolls, but they're
Yeah.
little slider buns.
Like
and I got my
pre-cut?
little, yeah,
Shit,
like a package of 12.
I'd get some of that thin sliced steak, fry that up, and put it on there.
Mm. I'm gonna do Canadian bacon and egg.
As soon as you said
And
Canadian
cheese.
bacon, the first thing that came to mind was take slider buns, like the Hawaiian slider buns, make a fucking BLT with that thing.
Okay.
That's a damn good idea.
Get you a big old thick slice of tomato, but make sure you use like the Roma tomato so it fucking fits on there.
Right.
I love tomatoes, so I use a beefsteak that'll fit on like a regular super roll for a super hamburger. I put that on there and just
The only problem I have with beefsteak, tomatoes is too many seeds, too much juice. Compared to like a Roma. Romas, there's more meat in them. Meat, vegetable.
What I have a problem with them is I love beefsteaks, don't get me wrong. And I like a good Roma too. That's a damn good tomato. Is when you get that shitty ass kitchen knife and it ain't got a blade, it ain't got an edge on it for nothing. You gotta go like son of a bitch.
True story. So I went to visit my buddy James in Chicago.
Don't lie, you ain't got no friends.
Haha. I was staying there for a couple days because it was, I want to say, when I was moving back from Michigan to Alabama, and I was just chilling with him for a couple days before I moved. And he lived in this little shitty, not one bedroom, one room fucking studio place.
Okay.
And we were gonna do I think we were gonna do a roast for dinner or something like that. So we get the stuff, we get everything put together, and he goes, "Well, who's cooking?" I said, "Oh, I'm the better cook. I'll do the cooking." He goes, "All right, cool."
Fuck you, GH2. You said beefsteak, not tube steak. I got
Um,
better knives now, Sean.
But I go to grab one of his knives, and I had to saw through a raw beef roast. It was a shoulder roast, I think. And
Damn.
I got pissed. At the time, I still had my little diamond stone, and I sharpened every damn kitchen knife in that building. There wasn't a single one that could cut through shit. I told
Hey,
him, I'm like,
ma'am.
next time I come over, and your knives are this damn dull, I'm stabbing you with one of them. 2 years
Mayhem,
later,
you're welcome to come up if you'd like. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
2 years later, I ended up living with him and his, I think she's his wife now, for about 2 months. I show up at his door with my stuff, and the very first words out of my mouth, "You've kept your knife sharp, haven't you?" He's like, "Yeah, no, you ain't fucking stabbing me. I've kept them sharp. I learned my fucking
I just
lesson."
looked at it and just said, "Go ahead, try to stab me. Shoot your ass."
But no, I have never, and I wouldn't have minded if it was like one of my other friends, because I've got some friends, they don't cook or they don't know about that sort of stuff, or they just don't have any experience. This motherfucker is a blacksmith, and he let
Yeah,
his
I think
kitchen
I'd
knives
have
get
threatened
that
to
damn
stab
dull.
him too.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. Blacksmith with dull ass fucking knives.
And I was doing that. He goes, "They're not that dull." And I look him dead in the eye, pull out my pocket knife, and just cut a slice with one move, with like just one pull. Cut a full slice off the steak with my pocket knife. I said, "That's not a very tough piece of meat. I shouldn't have to put that much effort with a fucking butcher knife." Now, in all fairness, I had me a case sodbuster, and I could have shaved with that sumbitch. Ginny actually never saw my sodbuster because I lost it. Well, I didn't lose it so much as I lost my diamond stone, and that's the only thing I really like sharpening with. And one of my managers said, "Yeah, I got one at the house. I'll sharpen it for you." He goes, "Yeah, sure." And he just kept forgetting to bring it back. And he eventually gave me one of his knives because he's like, "Dude, I think I lost it." Which the man had a sandbag in his head from when an IED went off next to him over in Iraq. I can
Okay.
forgive a little bit of forgetfulness.
Yeah. Hey, Laura's World, how you doing tonight, sweetie?
What you cracking up about, Jenny?
Reading the comments.
No, you ain't got to take them off. I don't give a shit. YouTube might.
I mean, as long as your camera's not angled down at like chest downwards, and then I don't think they'll care.
Nobody complains that I don't wear my pants when I'm on here. And yes, there's been plenty of nights where I've been sitting here on a live stream, just my underwear and t-shirt.
Only reason I'm wearing pants right now is because it's 28 degrees outside, and I'm sitting in front of a part of the wall that don't have insulation.
TMI.
Sorry,
We have-
Sean.
We haven't finished building the house, so there's like this 1.5 foot section of wall right here where the fuse box is. No insulation. That's where my desk is, and it's fucking cold.
I'm in a truck.
Them bitches are supposed to be insulated.
It's
It just
supposed
has
to
to
be.
aim at the right hit.
But I'm in Missouri,
Oh, you poor bastard.
and no, I rather like it. Matter of fact, I'm at my favorite store, Simmons, same one I was parked at last night.
Sitting on his chair. TH2, I'm gonna be honest with you. He probably has a shit bucket in his truck.
No, I have a porta potty. I have one of the little ones for a camper.
I know the one you're talking about.
Hmm.
Fudge.
They're actually, in all seriousness, they're not bad. They definitely suck if you have them in an enclosed room for too long, but they're not bad.
I'm gonna tell you this. I think I've been carrying it in my truck for about 5 years now. I wouldn't go back to not having one in here. Because you ever eat something or you ever just get a little stomach sickness or something? And like,
I have had Taco Bell, yes.
okay,
Yes.
uh-huh. Try getting up and getting dressed and then know you've got about 500 yards to walk to the truck stop to use the bathroom.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
So my great grandfather, when he got on up in age, you know how it is when you get past like 80, your bladder don't want to work the way it's supposed to anymore.
Well, I ain't up that high, so no, I don't know how it is.
You've probably had family that old. You know how it is. Older guys, they piss themselves sometimes. He had a
So
Let's
the
call
drunk
him
guys.
let's call it an elegant solution. He did not wear old man diapers. He didn't just piss anywhere he went. No. This man kept a mason jar in his overalls.
I don't care
That's
who
why I
you are
got
now,
one of
that
these.
fucking country.
I know Stedding's got one of these.
No.
Ah, it goes on a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah, no.
That's
I have a
hilarious.
porta potty.
Yeah.
See, I'm scared to sit on a 5-gallon bucket after what one of my cousins did.
That's why you get one of those. So you can sit right on it.
Oh,
Take
okay, I see it.
That's my porta potty.
Yep.
And yes, those are my nuts.
No, my one of my cousins was sitting on a 5 gallon. Now, normally you sit on a 5 gallon bucket, use it as a chair. You sit on the bottom of it, top of it's on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
This dumb shit did it the other way around. Normally wouldn't have been a problem. Except apparently, if you fart into a 5 gallon bucket when you're sitting in it, it causes back pressure. And he suction cupped himself into a fucking 5 gallon bucket.
Just open your legs.
No, he little bitty scrawny dude. So what ended up happening was it caused enough pressure that when he went to stand up, it stuck to his butt. He freaked out. He kind of sat back down and he fell into the fucking bucket.
I was gonna say I know somebody that did that shit. They were literally that small, and they thought the lid was on it, but we were painting a house. Sat right into fucking paint. They're like fall in, but they thought the lid was on the bucket. Sat down, just white paint all over their ass.
So you see people, they got all these comfortable, super padded leather chairs and, double cushion cloth chairs. Why is it that when you're outside working your ass off and you sit down, the most comfortable thing on the planet is just a couple of cinder blocks stacked on top of each other?
Hell, that's my patio chairs around the fireplace.
Somebody
had-
just yawned.
Mhm.
Shut up.
That's what we had out of the garage. My stepdad, when we were working in the garage, stepdad sit on a 5 gallon bucket. I'd sit on a couple of cinder blocks, and we'd just sit there and smoke while we were taking a break.
Yeah. Oh. So how you doing, ma'am?
I'm good, man. I heard you're in Missouri. I'm in Kansas right now.
Oh, really? You next door?
Yeah.
How's the since y'all both a little bit further up north? How's that storm that was blowing through treating y'all?
What storm?
We had
They didn't have a storm.
Okay, we had a nasty ass storm. Looked like it reached from about North Texas to about East Tennessee, and it looked like it was blowing north.
Huh?
Yeah, I was fine. I was fine.
We had a tornado drop down. I want to say about an hour west of Birmingham. A couple of them actually.
Hello, Moonlight.
What storm?
What storm?
Yeah, he doesn't. Sean doesn't really recognize storms. I mean, he's up in the mountains of Montana, so
No ice cream. I don't care that much. Like if it's raining, it's raining. Whatever. The only problem we got with rain out here where I'm at is can't drive in and out of the front yard because it's all mud. It's when it starts
Just
snowing.
ain't got big enough tires.
Well, the problem isn't the mud itself. It's that it's mud and our front yard is sloped about like that.
Oh, my truck can make it through that. Not the one I'm in right now. My pickup truck at home.
Oh no, driving through it's not the problem. It's we have to park there and then drive out. There's also the problem of my mom's we can't do that. My mom's Subaru, don't get a Subaru SUV by the way. Apparently this is a known issue. The transmissions fuck up. It can no longer go in reverse. So what we have to do to get in the parking spot is literally drive into the yard and go up the hill as we come in, and then just let gravity do the thing where it pulls it back down as we turn the wheel to get back into the parking spot. Right next to it is a 1960s Dodge that if we hit it, it's going to do more damage to the Subaru than it will the Dodge. Also, we'll get yelled at because it's stepdad's truck. And then the mud's causing us to slide towards the Dodge. We've just taken parking across the street.
Is this Dodge a show vehicle or is it just a pickup truck?
Oh, it's the only thing it's showing is fucking the insides from all the rust.
Oh, dude, who's bitching about a fucking dent in a damn Dodge?
He ain't bitching about a dent. He's bitching about hitting it. He don't want us fucking it up before he has a chance to finish fixing it.
Oh, he's fixing it up. Okay.
Right now, the problem is because he's trying to get everything mechanical working before he starts working on the body.
Understood.
Carb went out on it, and he's got this shitty ass carburetor on, and that's the only thing we can find is the same model. He's got the old carburetor, the good one, but it needs a rebuild. So he's looking at getting a rebuild kit if he can ever get a couple days to sit down and actually do it. Which the rebuild
Okay.
kit's actually not that bad. It was only like $30 for a rebuild kit for it.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, what are you munching on there, Steading?
Mothballs.
Explains his breath.
Mhm. Got the old man breath. Oh,
Cheap ass redneck cereal. Goldie
Uh,
Plus.
that's,
Hey, ain't nothing
that's
wrong with
alright.
bag cereal.
I love
you
my
know,
cheap cereal.
I don't know
Except
if
for
they
certain ones.
I don't know if they changed the flavor or if I was just, my taste buds just didn't give a shit when I was a kid, but am I the only one that thinks Cookie Crunch tastes like ass? Like it don't taste good. It tastes like straight up wheat bread. Don't even taste like chocolate.
I don't think
No.
I've ever
Crisp,
had
that's
it.
it.
Don't taste like chocolate.
No,
But
it's supposed to be
Cookie
little chocolate
Crisp.
chip cookies, but it basically just tastes like fucking stale wheat bread and milk.
Well, like the Apple Zingers, the cheap brand,
Mhm.
they don't taste like Apple Jacks.
No, they don't taste bad, but they
The
don't taste
fake
like Apple
Fruit
Jack.
Loops. Yeah.
Now the Fruity Dino Bites and the Chocolate Dino Bites, the knockoffs of the fucking
Fruity
Cocoa
Pebbles.
Puffs and
Fruity
shit.
Pebbles,
Fruity Pebbles, Choco Pebbles.
those aren't bad. That's usually what we
Yeah.
get.
Yeah, that's what I get.
And the Frosted Mini Wheats are pretty good too.
Sean, brother, keep that fucking snow up there.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that's the biggest issue I got when it starts storming.
I have no room to talk.
Huh?
What was that, Jenny?
I have
What's
no
that,
room to
Pudding Breath?
talk.
You have no room to talk?
Callie, I don't get snow.
Hey, Julie.
Sure you
Yeah.
do. You got an ass load of snowflakes out there.
You're not wrong.
I know that.
Mike, I know that face.
I'm trying not to say anything.
Hey, Julie,
Hi, Julie.
we don't have a Larry up there.
Yeah, who's Larry?
That's Mayhem. Larry's the man in the dark
Hey,
that
Julie.
usually does this with me.
Oh, yeah.
But I was so damn late tonight because I got to Carthage. I ended up being a little later than I was supposed to be because I parked my truck last night and I couldn't get out of my parking spot this morning.
Uh-oh.
Like,
Mm.
I give it gas and it just, woo, woo.
Mm.
I'm like, is an ass load more than a shitload?
Depends on who you're asking.
I don't know.
I don't know which would be more, a shitload or an ass load.
I always thought it was two different types of measurements. Like you use it to measure different things. You got an ass load of people and a shitload of stuff.
hmm
So I don't know if it's gonna come through, but if it does, Stetter, what does it mean when this light comes on?
Huh? Hold on a second. Let me put it up on.
Is that a hub? A wheel
Yep.
hub?
Why is it? What?
That means you have like seriously melted your bearings, your hub,
Yeah.
your spindle.
Hold up, while you got me up, there was one other thing I was trying to find to show you, just to see what you'd say. I know it's on here. Come on, where's that fucking picture? Oh shit, I went past it.
Hey, Mystic,
Mm-hmm.
Julie Cleary loves your headphones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I've seen
that's
that.
a Schneider trailer. And those are his
that
rear
is
tandems.
definitely a pumpkin truck.
Yep. Yep. He just wanted a lowrider.
I've seen that one before.
Every time I see that or one of the ones where the thing goes off, I remember my stepdad as a kid. We were watching a video where fucking trailer tire came off a semi truck and passed the semi truck, and he just busts out, "You picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel."
You know what's really
That's a
funny
good
though
one.
is when you're sitting in your driver's seat and you see a Swift truck come in. I don't know if this happens to you, Stedding, but do you hear the Jaws theme? I always do, man. I just think, dun 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 dun.
Stetter, Mayhem, you guys are gonna love this story. So back when I was in high school, stepdad comes home. He was working for a local trucking company, and he is all kind of pissed off. Comes in,
Got hit
throws
by a
his-
Swift truck.
Nope. Comes in, throws his bag on the ground, throws his shoes across the room, slams down his chair, turns on TV. My mom looks at him and goes, "What the hell are you so pissed off about?" So I was coming home. Had my truck going as fast as that stupid governor they put on it would let it go. Going downhill. I got passed by a fucking Swift truck.
Why fret about that? All he has to do is put it in reverse, and at least he's better than the Swift driver.
Actually, he has told me stories where he saw it was 3 or 4 dudes trying to park a truck, and I think it was a Swift truck, and they could not get that thing in there. He walked over and goes, $20, I'll park it right now. And the only reason he did that was because he was waiting for that dumbass to park so he could park and go in and take a shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
When I was on the truck with my trainer, I went through school with Central, and of course Swift bought out Central. And, yeah.
By proxy, you work for Swift.
Well, I did. Yeah, but no, I don't work for them anymore. My trainer, we're watching this guy directing this other guy in a Swift truck to back up, and he's like, so my trainer gets out and he's like, would you just go up there and back it in for your trainee? And the guy's like, I am the trainee. He's the trainer.
Fuck.
The trainer was trying to back in and the trainee was trying to direct him. He was like, yep, I'm done with Swift.
Fuck yeah.
I've
like,
never
nope,
seen that
fuck
before.
you, I quit.
Yeah.
Here's another one for you. This one actually happened to my great uncle. So he was riding. It was one of those long hauls, and he stopped for the night at a rest area. He pulled in, put his truck in park, had everything set, and he didn't really have a cab, so he just fucking pulled his hat down, took a nap right there in the driver's seat. He said he didn't know how many hours he was asleep, but he wakes up in his chair, and the first thing he sees is taillights. There was no truck in front of him when he stopped. Some dumbass had pulled up, backed in directly in front of him, and set their truck down with their taillights on, like their brake lights. So he let every ounce of air out of them fucking brakes, slammed that horn like it was no business. That took him about 30 seconds to realize he was already stopped. According to him, what he did was he got out of his truck, went up to the truck in front of him, knocked on his door. When the guy got to the door, he fucking yanked that bitch open, pulled him out, whooped his ass, got back in his truck and drove off. Which I believe this was back in like the 70s, so they didn't fuck around back then.
I know I love some of the dumbass shit I've seen Swift do. It's like, man, how the fuck? But I'm gonna tell you, the one that really pissed me off was when I had a fucking truck, and this was not that long ago. I mean, we're talking within the last month. I'm pulling a light ass load, so my truck's actually pulling a hill. I'm doing like 60, 62, 63. And I mean, she's pulling, and I'm like fucking excited. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna get there. Next thing I mean, we're going up a decent grade, probably 2% grade, 1.5%, 2%. Long drawn out motherfucker, and I'm cooking up this bitch. Next thing I know, and all I see on the back of that trailer is Swift. I'm like, man, fuck no. I caught up to it. It was an owner operator that at least on the Swift with a newer style truck. And this motherfucker didn't even have his shit decaled yet. He literally had a piece of paper stuck to the fucking door and said Swift and had their fucking DOT number on it. And I mean, it looked like it was written with a fucking Sharpie. And I'm like, man, fuck, not some bullshit.
Yeah, the best I have ever seen with the Swift was this guy. Look, he had enough room to do a straight line back. That's all he had to do.
Oh, gee. Hold on.
I
hold
don't
that
know.
For 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold it. 1 second.
Itchy head.
He's trying to think. He's getting ready for it.
All right.
Had to jumpstart the brain.
Oh. No.
To try to figure this out.
My head, I've been doing this all day, so my hair's like getting pushed down, and my hair was getting to the point where it was getting ready to start falling out and hitting my nose and driving me nuts. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine.
By all
Yeah,
means, go ahead, man. I gotta hear this.
All he had to do was set up for a straight line back, and he looked like he was gonna do it too. I was like, okay, watch it. This motherfucker backed up, went he pulled forward, backed up, pulled forward, backed up, pulled forward, and then somehow ended up in a spot between two poles, and couldn't get out. And I get on the CB. Of course, he didn't have a CB. And I'm like, how do you fuck up a straight line back? You pull forward and go straight back. That's all it is. He did like 17 backing and forward procedures to fuck it up. I'm like, good Lord. And then all I do is I get the spot like 2 over from him, and I just go whoop, 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 whoop. I'm in.
So I'm not gonna sit here and defend Swift. I'm not gonna sit here and defend Swift, but I will say one thing. And Jenny's seen me do it. I've driven stick shift for most of my life, so I'm used to one hand on the wheel, one hand on the shifter. I try not to keep it on the.
Every guy that plays with his own dick thinks he can drive a stick shift. Oh, Jesus Christ.
But no, the thing is, like, I've always driven like that. So even when I'm not in a stick shift, I feel weird having my right hand on the wheel. So I'll like have it resting beside me. If I'm driving a Swift, if I'm driving past a Swift truck, it don't bother me. I'm just like, yep, that's a Swift truck. But if it is a Schneider truck or a JB Hunt, that right hand's on the wheel, and I'm waiting for them to do something stupid. I have been cut off by too many of them fuckers.
Mm.
You know who I've actually been cut off the most by? And I would love to sit here and be like some fucking foreigners. Fucking Werner drivers.
Yes.
Werner are the
Fucking
worst for that shit.
Werner. I had one, I shit you not. He pulled so close in front of me, I couldn't see his license plate on his trailer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, hell no. So I called the company. And then sent them video footage. And I'm like, y'all don't fire that motherfucker, I'm going to run his bitch ass over. And I had a fast truck at the time, but the area we were in, we were up in Indiana. We hit that Illinois line. All that motherfucker saw was taillights. I blew his fucking doors off. Like, you cocksucker. As I'm going by, I flipped that motherfucker the bird. Bitch, I wish you would follow me. I'll back into your shit.
Funny story. I think it was my stepdad actually saw Prepper on the highway once. He was going down the highway. Yeah, he was going down the highway driving. Stepdad was driving his big truck. He said this weird little crackhead looking dude pulled up beside him in a little car, just beating his meat. Of course, the part about it being Prepper is a joke, but that actually did happen. He said he jerked the wheel at him and ended up in the ditch. But I think he said it was about mile or two down the road,
That's fucked up.
highway patrol pulled him over. It's like, you know, we saw how, they saw how he was driving, wanted to make sure he wasn't drunk or anything. And while they're doing the whole, license and paperwork, goes, "Did you get that motherfucker with his dick in his hand back there?" Because when he did it, it looked like dude was about to rip the damn thing off. Cop looked at him and said, "Oh, that was the guy you swerved at? You're good. Have a nice day." Got back in his truck and left. Apparently, cops got his ass too. Still had a stick in his hand.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've, this nature of the beast. You look over and you look down into how many times I've seen that, and I'm like, never look in the car, never look in the car, never look in the car.
For every 100 dicks you see one girl with her tits out.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe I forgot that one where there's I think it was a couple in the back seat of the car, just elbow deep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think that was my uncle that saw that one going down the road, and this wasn't like, we're doing 40 or 50, 70 mile an hour down the highway. Two girls in the back seat, and one of the girls was up to here.
That's called fisting or arming.
yeah.
It was full
Actually,
arming.
no, that's not. That's called. I think it's like Alabama or Mississippi or one of them. They call that noodling.
Yeah.
She was looking for that catfish.
Yeah.
And it's just like, the bravery to do that, doing 70 mile an hour down the highway. Like,
Imagine if they fucking wrecked, like get slung from the car. I mean, just imagine that arm. Like,
Turn
does
her
the
ass to
arm
a Muppet.
stay with the cooter, or do they like
No,
break apart? I mean,
next thing that happens, you see an arm sticking out, a hand sticking out of the mouth like this. Yeah.
so it's not as common nowadays, from what I understand. But back in the day, you'd have girls flash you so you'd blow the bighorn, right?
Yeah.
no, I don't know anything about that. I haven't had any flash me yet.
The stepdad was going
Oh.
down the stepdad was
Fucking
actually
new
in
age
he was in the city at the time, and y'all know the law. You can't blow a bighorn in city limits.
The zoo.
Ooh.
They will actually, in some cities, they will actually give you a ticket for it.
That's okay. But I'll tell them flat out, when that motherfucker fucks up, I'm using the big horn. Fuck
Well-
that city horn. I'm using the big horn.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he's at a stoplight, and these two girls pull up. I think he said it was in like a little fucking drop top
Hey,
car.
Monty.
And one of the girls goes, "Blow the bighorn!" And he kind of leans up and goes, "I can't. City limits." One girl flashes him. I wish I could have the peace of mind and the stability to do this. He looks at her dead in the eye, hits the horn in the middle, and goes, "You get the little horn."
Damn. Wow. Hey,
Poor
Rob.
little titties. Yeah, I always get flashed during spring break. They always look.
All right, Rob.
A lot of girls on their way to like the lakes and stuff.
Spring break,
I
Mardi Gras.
had one that was just like, here, hold on. She's like, hey, and jiggling up and down. I was like, nah, nah, very nice. You pull over. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Well,
Something somebody in chat earlier said about the $20 thing, and lot lizards.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, Prepper, you're gonna fucking love this. So, I don't remember what state he said he was in, but my stepdad was in some parking lot.
Jenny, you gotta be making all that noise, scraping the shit out that bowl. Just throw a tongue in there and lick that shit. Just
No, she doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to excite you.
But anyway, so there was this girl trying to sell her shit over the CB, and normally he wouldn't care, except he was trying to fucking go to sleep.
Turn
So
the
he said
fucking
after about-
CB off.
Well, he had to keep it on a certain level because he was running with with one of the other guys from the team that was out there keeping back and forth. He was also, as he was laying down, he was listening because you know how the truckers talk. They'll talk about shit going on up the road, wrecks and bad roads, shit like that.
Talk shit to each other.
Talk
Talk
shit.
about titties that didn't go by.
And finally, he gets tired of it and hops up on the CB, and he goes, "Ma'am, you take change?" She goes, "Nah, trucker, I don't take change." He goes, "Why not? You got plenty of slots to put it in." Said she shut up for like 30 minutes. You could hear motherfuckers laughing from their trucks.
Damn.
Yeah, I I remember I pulled into a truck stop one time and I had my CB on, and I heard these two guys just bickering back and forth. Like
As
fuck
they do.
you, fuck it. We hear this female voice going, "Why don't you both shut the fuck up?" And I was like, "Looks like she won the big dick contest, guys."
Damn.
Okay. Love CBs.
Hey, Mrs. Prepping Plumber. How you doing, beautiful?
Love
Hi,
CBs.
Mrs.
Love
Plumber.
love CB culture. Love trucker culture. All that. I got a question. Has anybody else ever had this happen? So my stepdad set up his CB. But this was he didn't have a big truck at the time. He just had his little truck because he was trucking for a company that already had a CB in the thing. So he had a CB hooked up in his old F-150. Had the fucking antenna on the back. I mean, he had like a fucking 9-foot antenna. I don't know exactly how long. I know he smacked the shit out of trees every time he went down the road. And I wasn't thinking anything of it. And he was out there just bullshitting, seeing how far he could get with it. Apparently, he could get some damn good range with that thing. I go in the bathroom, go take a shower. I could hear the fucking CB come out of the shower head.
Yep.
Do you know how unnerving it is to hear people talking to you out of your shower head when you're trying to take a shower?
And that was before Bluetooth came out.
Just
Scared the
that's
I'm doing
fuck
good,
out of
Mrs.
me.
Prepping Plumber.
like, hello, God.
God, is that you? Full Monty, you're welcome to come up if you'd like to.
Trust me, I've been in a car with Mike plenty of times. Where this one time we went down to San Jose.
Does this involve Roadhead?
No.
Sucks to be you, Mike.
Motherfucker, I'm too fat for that shit.
About
Just you.
30 minutes in, we just left the city.
Oh man.
I almost had to make him pull over. So
Which one was
You had
this?
to pee?
yeah. When we went to go visit to the TwitchCon thing.
I do remember I almost killed her going down the road one time. I was in a bad mood that day. I don't even remember what the fuck happened. And people on the road weren't helping. Like it was terrible. And finally they all get in the fucking right lane. I can go past them. We're doing everybody was thinking we're going to do 45 and a goddamn 60. And just as I'm going by, use a hoe, yo mama's a hoe. I know damn sure your daddy sucks dick for a living.
Mystic was doing this?
That was me. And she's just in the passenger seat dying.
Oh, I got this thing because my motorcycle does not run. It's just kind of like sitting in the yard rusting away. I'll get like these large groups of motorcycles that go by, like 20 and 30, and I just be like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, you got a real pretty bike. Triple fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Prepper, you know how big I am, how tall I am and how fat, This motherfucker at the biker bar up the road tried to tell me that I needed to get a roadster.
Oh my god.
Why? So you can pull it out of your ass crack and carry it under your arm when you go in?
I'd look like a damn monkey fucking a football.
No, a monkey fucking a football would be cuter than that.
Best part was there was another guy that was about my size standing next to him. He's like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" Told me I need
I
to
can
get a
see
Road
you on like
King.
maybe a Fat Boy or
He told me I need to get a Fat Boy or a Road King,
yeah, I was gonna say like a Road King or something.
which it was
Fuck
actually
you,
kind of
Sean.
funny. We went
That
up
ain't nice.
we went up to the Harley store, and we actually looked at a Road King.
Is she hyperventilating? Is she
Yes.
hyperventilating up
Yes.
there or having an
She's
orgasm?
dying. Both.
But
Apparently so.
no, we actually looked at a Road King, and I fit on the Road King perfectly, but it was one of those ones that was the 2-seater. Then he hopped up on the back, and you ever seen like the big fat biker dudes with like the little bitty dog behind them?
So you had to. So the bike was okay, but you had to peel Jenny out of your ass crack.
Ugh.
Poor Jenny could legit. Jenny could barely sit on it. I was like, "How is it back there?" She goes, "The seat is literally twice as wide as I am."
Oh God.
Gonna have to get her a damn car seat if we get one of those.
That's fucking funny. Car seat.
I actually was considering, just to see if Jenny would approve of it, I was considering getting one of those little sidecars.
Hey, I had a buddy of mine when he had his first kid. Now he had a motorcycle. What the fuck did he have? Wasn't a crotch rocket. It was a road bike, but it's a nice touring bike, and I can't remember what the hell it was. But he never pulled out of the yard. He was just riding it around the yard. But they had a newborn that was, well, not a newborn at the time. It was, their kid was a few months old. But he had him in the car seat, and the kid loved the sound of the bike. Just absolutely loved it. So my buddy's riding the kid. The kid's on the handlebars, bungee corded to the handlebars in his car seat, all strapped in, and part of it sitting on the tank. And he's just riding around the house. And his fucking mom, his wife comes on, she's like, "Oh, fuck no, you ain't. Fuck no." He's like, "What?" He's safe. He's like, "I'm just going around the house. We're not going out on the road or anything."
Yeah.
But, oh, man, she thought he was going to leave the yard with the kid on there like that.
Hell no.
My God. She fucking lost it.
Oh, since Jenny's still got her camera off, I thought I'd tell you one other thing that apparently almost killed her. I am banned from playing George Carlin in the car.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
I understand that.
Oh,
George
Jesus
Carlin. Oh my
Christ.
gosh.
You broke it.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope, there it goes.
Oh, no, I was looking at a text message I got from somebody. That's fucking funny, Sean. That's funny.
Nah, but we were going on the road, and I had my phone hooked up to the car because normally Jenny plays her iTunes through it, but I had my phone hooked up to the car playing just shit I had on my phone. I had
Just like a woman. She ain't driving, but she's going to take over your radio.
Yeah.
well, I mean, I actually prefer when Jenny's fucking with the radio because that's one less thing I got to focus on. I can actually keep my eyes on the road around all them crazy motherfucking Californians.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you would not want to ride in the big truck with me in California then.
I don't want to. There's a couple of places
doing
I don't
live
want to be.
streams and shit.
But George Carlin pops on. I've got a couple of George Carlin audio clips on my phone. I don't remember which ones. The one specifically though was where he was talking about the prefixes, like preheat the oven. The oven can only have two states: heated or not heated.
Right.
Oh,
And
shit.
I fucking love that bit. Like, it's one of my favorite ones. We get about halfway through, and Jenny's like, "You got to turn this off." And I'm thinking, like, maybe she doesn't like George Carlin, or maybe she's, like, getting offended at some of the language she used. And I look over, she's
What
about
are
to
you
fucking
doing,
choke.
Mayhem?
Making popcorn.
Oh, okay.
So make it quieter.
God damn.
Oh.
You're getting awful noisy over there.
You about to fuck up some popcorn.
Yeah.
Damn right. I don't have a microwave in my truck anymore, so I can't do microwave popcorn.
I was about to ask what that thing behind your head was, but then I noticed it's a toaster oven.
It's a toaster oven air fryer.
Yeah.
In that case, I actually found a picture the other day that you might like. I was showing it to my mom earlier, but it's literally a full guide cooking chart for cooking just about anything in an air fryer.
Oh, cool. You'll have to text it to me.
They got different like meatballs, ribeye steaks, burgers, whole chicken,
Ooh.
drumsticks, pork chops,
Ribeye. I think I got a ribeye in there,
sausages,
too.
shrimp, tuna steaks, fish sticks, different vegetables if you like fried vegetables like zucchini and asparagus and potatoes.
Yes.
Fried potato sandwiches.
Honestly, I kind of want to try making
Yes.
potato skins in the air fryer.
I'm telling you, fried potato sandwiches. You fry a potato patty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Put your like vegetables and stuff in it, and you can put meat in it if you want to.
Yeah.
And then you fry it up like a patty, and then you put that motherfucker on like a potato roll with some mayonnaise, like maybe a slice of tomato or something. Damn, that's good.
Yeah.
I got one.
Fuck you, Mayhem.
This is going to get me weird looks both from y'all and from the chat, but I don't care. Next time you have leftover mashed potatoes, take your flour tortilla, put your mashed potatoes in there, put some cheese. Works best with like Mexican blend, but if all you have is like the cheddar or the mozzarella cheese sticks, you can use those as well. Wrap it up like a burrito, put you a little bit of oil in the pan, and fry it. Tater taco. It's fucking amazing.
Cool.
Tater
Sounds good.
taco. It does.
Tater taco.
I
mean,
actually
why not?
I had a Thanksgiving dinner with a bunch of friends back when I lived in Michigan, and they
Hi,
had
Sean.
like, you know, the giant fucking pots that you make mashed potatoes in usually. Half of that was still full, and they're like, "Well, Mike, you still hungry? You know, you didn't eat a lot." I don't usually eat much when I'm at someone's house. I'm like, "Well, I didn't want to eat everything before everybody else got a chance." They said, "Well, anything in the fridge is open game." I'm like, "Y'all got any tortillas?" So I made myself one of those, and my buddies looked at me like, "You're fucking crazy." I'm like, "No, I'm not." I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's fucking weird. It's just mashed potatoes and tortilla." I'm like, "Here, fucking try it."
Riot.
And they took a bite, and they're sitting there, they're staring at it for a second, and they look at the lady whose house we're at, and go, "You got any more tortillas left?"
Oh, man.
Why is it when you just want like a quick snack? Heated tortilla and butter is like the best thing just for a fast snack.
I can't do that. I gotta have something in a tortilla. I can't do just a tortilla and butter.
Yeah.
I grew up, it was always either a tortilla with butter or a tortilla with sour cream.
Okay.
Roadkill recipes? Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if money's tight, go borrow somebody's BB gun, kill some squirrels, and make some squirrel sausage.
Right.
Fuzzy Fork 8. If you're ever out in like the northeast area where porcupines are prevalent, if you catch one of them, go ahead and gut that bastard, skin him out. On a grill with some cactus dust. That's some good chitlin right there.
Another good one is if you live in the South, like Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee area, creeks, especially in the spring and fall, crawdads.
Crawdads.
Crawdad.
All the fucking crawdads you can eat. Louisiana's good for that. Florida's actually surprisingly not good.
No, Florida does not have a shitload of crawdads. I found that out going to the rivers and shit.
They got.
I mean, they got some, but
they're so small, they're not worth it.
Yeah, but see, do you know why? You know why we don't get big crawdads down there?
Because the fish eat them all.
Most of our rivers have baby gators. You've got snapping turtles. You've also got
snapping turtles.
Atlantic. Yes. You've also got Atlantic and white-nosed sturgeon and catfish. And those motherfuckers right there, sturgeon alone will decimate a fucking crawdad population.
Yep.
Don't mind me, y'all. I'm putting some shorts on.
Here's a cheap way to get some food, Fuzz. If you got a lake or usually best with like a lake or a large pond near you, get you a good branch. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, just like fucking tree branch. Run up to any store where you can get some fish and stuff. All you need is a couple of hooks and some line and a pack of hot dogs. I don't know what it is about hot dogs, but fish fucking love that shit. And it's like $1 for a pack of them. You can catch, if you chop them up in little bits, you can catch a fucking armful of fish with 1 or 2 hot dogs. And you catch smallmouth, largemouth, catfish. What else have I've caught? Bluegill on hot dog. I've caught trout, like rainbow trout. Fucking, I don't know what it is, like I said, but fucking fish love hot dogs.
Yeah.
Oh, catfish love them especially.
Yep, and catfish are surprisingly easy to clean.
Damn it!
You know what caught me by surprise? Talking about catfish. If you ain't seen it, you can go on YouTube
That they
and
don't
find
meow?
it. They will bark.
Yeah.
Female
Bless
catfish
you,
when they're in
Jenny.
heat. Female catfish when they're in heat. If you pull them out of the water, they'll start freaking out and they will bark at you.
Yeah.
But no, if you haven't seen it, go on YouTube. Gordon Ramsay was doing that thing. It was one of the shows where he goes like, "Don't die, man."
He's always dying.
Oh,
With Gordon Ramsay, it was that show where he goes all over the world and does different things and learns different recipes, etc. That motherfucker went out noodling.
Mm.
I got newfound respect for Gordon Ramsay since it wasn't, he wasn't watching people noodle. He wasn't just learning how to know. He was fucking neck deep in that water, arm in a fucking hole, catfishing.
I don't do that shit.
Not me neither. I've seen alligator snapping turtles. I've seen fucking cottonmouths. I ain't fucking with that shit.
No. Yeah, I had a buddy he invited me to noodle. I was like,
I'll help you clean and cook the fish.
Yeah.
But no.
I'll throw in a line with some liver on it.
Chicken liver's great for that.
Yeah.
I'm a ballsy, dumb son of a bitch, but I ain't that dumb.
Yeah.
I am not noodling. No.
Had a buddy back in Florida. He did underwater spearfishing, and I'll be honest with you, I'm terrified to do that because being underwater full body like that, especially if I can't clearly see the bottom. I don't remember what it's called, but I got a fear of deep water.
I don't.
But I was asking about anything interesting happened while you're out spearfishing. Apparently there was one time he went out there. He had just Parmesan garlic. Ooh, Zatarain's nice. That does sound
Yeah, I
good.
just seen these. I found it at a place called King Cash, but it's Garden District Kitchen. So it's like some of the new ones they got. And they got like 5 or 6 different flavors of these.
That sounds pretty good. But he said he just speared a fish and he pulled it in and he turned back around because he was going to swim back up the dock. And he said he was about 2 feet away from a full-size alligator gar.
Oh, hell, alligator gar don't bother me none. Me and my wife caught one and pulled it into the boat, and it was a canoe we were in, and it was a good sized one. It was me, her, and her sister, but one half of the fish hung out the right side, and another half of the fish hung out the left side, and then there was like 3 feet in the middle.
Yeah, see, that's on land. He was completely underwater, and this fucker was in his face. I will fucking pass.
Hey, Von Eric, you're welcome to come up if you like. Just having a little shoot the shit, hang out, fun stuff session.
I've had people ask what an alligator gar looks like, and the only explanation, my stepdad's the one who told me this explanation. The only explanation I can ever give somebody is imagine if an alligator and a snake had sex and then the baby was born in hell.
Well,
that's about accurate.
Well.
The biggest one I've ever seen was at Peace River. And we used to catch them down there, but the ones you'd catch were always like foot and a half, 2 foot long.
Yeah.
And they were hard as hell to catch because once they bit that hook, if you yank too hard, you'd literally rip their mouth open.
Yep.
And we went to another spot. I think it was out toward, where the fuck was it? No, I can't. Frostproof area, I think.
Oh, yeah. I used to live in Frostproof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went canoeing
Von Eric.
down the Peace River with the Boy Scouts.
What's up, everybody? What's up, man?
Okay, so I was curious, and I just looked up what the largest alligator gar on record was.
What is it?
8.5 feet long, 327 pounds.
Damn.
Wow.
That's a big fish.
Big fucking gar. They said it was believed to be 97 years old.
The biggest one I saw was probably right around, I'm going to say 5 or 6 feet. I'm going to say I think that thing was closer to 6 foot, maybe even 7. And now keep in mind, I was standing up on the bank, and it was about a 4 to 5 foot drop to the water. And he was swimming along, and we had night crawlers on a bobber, and I just kept casting it right in front of his face, right in front of his. Come on, bite the. Just bite it. And I'm sitting here looking at my tackle like, yeah, I ain't got a heavy enough shit, but it'll be fine. It'll be fun till the line break.
The biggest one I ever saw maybe capped out at 5.5. Still though, that's a big fucking fish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the biggest one I saw. I want to say, but it could have been the angle of the water, the lighting, whatever.
Yeah.
He looked 6 to 7 foot, but it was probably, my guess is probably 5 to 6 foot. But he could have been the bigger of the two sizes that I believe he was. And I only say that because of where we were. It was not a very accessible, but the water depth was there. And like,
And he had
not
the
a lot of
food.
people really fished up. Yeah, but not a lot of people fished up that area.
Well, gar are one of those fish that the longer they live, the bigger they'll get, and they'll live for a long fucking
yeah.
time.
Mhm.
That's like where I live. We live right by the Swanee River. We live within 3 miles of it.
Yeah.
And me and my wife have actually been out kayaking when the sturgeon were jumping, and there's signs that literally tell you, be careful, because I think the year before we moved up to where we're at, there was a little girl that got knocked out of the kayak by a sturgeon, and when their heads bumped, it knocked the little girl unconscious, and she got swept away, and she didn't make it.
Wow.
Which is, it was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But like, all the sturgeon me and my wife saw were between 4 and 6 foot.
Oh yeah, sturgeon get fucking big.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's
Now-
just the ones that are in the river, which are usually your younger ones.
The reason I was laughing though is because you mentioned kayaking. Every time I think of kayaking, I think of my dad. Him and some friends went out kayaking one weekend. Just going out, have a good weekend. And this motherfucker fell asleep in his boat.
Well, my son does that all the time.
Yeah, what made it funny was number one, we white, we male white, so we burn real easy.
Okay.
And he
I'm the
didn't
same
fall.
way.
Yeah, he fell asleep like propped up, had his feet out of the kayak, and he ended up getting burned so bad his legs were literally purple.
Oh wow.
Ow.
But what made it better was he had Crocs on. He had fucking polka dots on his feet.
Oh, he caught hell for that for a while.
Oh, we gave him shit continuously. And me being the little asshole, I kept trying to sneak up on him and poke his legs.
Oh my god.
I was in college at the time, so I knew he'd fucking shoot me. I was like, nope, not worth it. But his legs, like,
That's fucking
it was straight up like royal purple.
Wow.
damn.
Ah.
How's it
you
going,
ever,
Von Eric?
Huh?
How's it going, brother?
Oh, I'm doing good, pretty good. Just sitting here listening to this good conversation. Yeah.
question, Brever, you ever smelled somebody with sunburn so bad, like, or seen somebody with sunburn so bad you could literally smell the burnt skin?
I have never smelled anything that bad, other than some of
Here-
Hitler's death camps.
Apparently, when somebody sunburns that bad, you can actually smell the burn.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
The worst sunburns I've ever had was I've actually had sun poisoning once.
Yeah,
And,
that sucks.
Was right across my shoulders, and I tried to kill a kid. I think he was like about the same age as me, maybe a year older, but he slapped me. I had a t-shirt on, and I told everybody, don't fuck with me, leave my back alone. I got a sunburn. But the medication I had to put on it, because I literally had a sun boil, which was a clear pus filled boil
Them
on my
fuckers
back.
suck.
Oh yeah, it was a 1/2 inch tall and about 1.5 inches in diameter. It was as big as a 50-cent piece. This kid come up and he just slapped me on the back. I spun around, hit him in the jaw so damn hard he fell into the pool, because we were up at the public pool when my dad was stationed at Fort Dix, New Jersey.
And the worst part about them sunballs, if they pop on their own, everybody in the room knows it, because the first thing you do is scream.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm here to tell you, they hurt like hell. Like, you want to talk about painful? Having sun poisoning is painful. And then it was so bad, the medicine that they put on me, now, I'm only going by what the doctor and my mom told me. So it could have been just trying to be overprotective and just try to keep me out of the sun so the shit would heal. Because growing up, last thing you were able to do was keep me locked up in a house.
But
Like, take all my toys away and all that shit. Don't make me stay in a house. My ass, I wanted to literally be on my bike at the lake, the stream, or in the woods.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
Later,
Sorry.
mayhem.
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
I'm gonna get some sleep.
Okie
See ya.
dokie, man.
later,
Good night.
brother.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Later. All right.
So it's a sun. Wait a minute. I'm kind of
Sun poisoning. Sun poisoning is basically where it's a very severe sunburn where it's usually over a prolonged period of time instead of where in like Florida
Like
you'll
a
get a
burn
sunburn.
on top of a burn on top of a burn.
Yeah. Like
So-
in Florida you'll sunburn pretty quickly, but that's just because with the humidity in the air and the sun's so bright, you just burn real fast.
That,
So-
and I'll be honest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Von Eric.
So wait a minute, because I just want to make sure that I'm getting this correct. So when you have a boil, does that mean that's sunburn poison or just a high level?
It's
You can
It's
get
pretty
boils
much
with
a-
regular sunburns. It's the
Oh.
same as like when you touch a boiling pot and you burn your hand and it boils up.
Yeah, it's just a degree of the sunburn. But mine was a light sunburn, and then I got sunburned again, and then again, and that's what caused me to have actual sunburn poisoning, or sun poisoning is what they called it. And it was basically just that area had gotten sun poisoned,
Uh-huh.
and basically the way it was explained to me, if I remember correctly, because I mean we're talking, I was like about 10 years old when this happened.
Uh-huh.
Which was like fucking eons ago. But it's basically where you got a sunburn and you're not smart enough to take care of it and treat it, or you, like I was, dumb and stupid and young, and all I wanted to do was just go, go, go. But I would keep taking my shirt off instead of leaving my shirt on, and then it got burned more.
Okay.
And then I'd stay inside for a day or two, and it'd start to heal up. And I go back outside, take my shirt off again, and it'd burn again. So it was just basically like burn, a day of healing, burn, a day or two of healing, and burn again. And it basically built itself up on top of it.
So
And that's what caused my boils in that case.
okay.
As far as sun poisoning goes, I can actually probably explain it pretty well. The idea behind it is whenever there is damage to your skin or anything like that, your body's got to heal it, right?
Uh-huh.
You do end up with dead skin cells, dead blood cells, that sort of stuff, which usually just builds up in your liver because that's what your liver's literally designed to do, is filter out all that crap from your blood.
Right.
But when you continuously burn again and again and again, your liver effectively goes, whoa, motherfucker, we can't handle this. And that is what the poisoning is literally just an over buildup of the dead skin cells and the various vitamins that your body creates from the sun. And your body just kind of goes, yeah, we can't handle this. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I got it. Okay.
It's like if you drink heavy metal, like water with heavy metal in it every day, you get heavy metal poisoning because your body's building that up and going, we can't fucking clean this, dude.
Right.
Yeah, because it's so much in a short period of time, and your body has to take, like for metals, it might take a week to clean out
Uh-huh.
that one day of drinking heavy metal water. Whereas you do that every day for that week, and it just keeps stacking on top of each other, and your body can't flush it.
So, so does different body people have different melons in them? Does it have those?
Yeah,
So actually, I was gonna bring that up. So like, I actually asked a couple guys I knew because I grew up thinking everybody got sunburnt, and I used to bitch about it to some of my friends. I had this one dude I knew in college, Jazz, black dude from Michigan. I was talking about it. He goes, "I've never had a sunburn. Is it bad?" And I'm sitting there like, "Fuck you mean you never had a sun? It does. The sun does shine in Michigan." And we were hanging out with a bunch of black guys from the gamer club, and I look at him like, do black guys not get sunburns? And only one of them said he ever got a sunburn. He was really light skinned. I'm like,
Right.
so yeah, no. The darker skin tones don't burn as easily because the darker skin is literally an adaptation to resist things like sunburn,
But okay,
and that's what the melanin is.
right. I know the melon, but doesn't even in the Caucasian side, don't y'all have different variations of melon too? Because I'm sure all Caucasians don't get sunburn, do they?
oh no, my
Okay.
wife doesn't burn very much.
It
Like,
depends
she'll-
on where your heritage is from, really, on how heavy like how much melanin you're gonna have. Like if your entire family line comes from northern Russia, then
Uh-huh.
5 minutes in the sun's gonna fucking kill you. But if you're from, say,
Yeah.
Italy or
Uh-huh.
France, you'd have a bit
Right.
more resistance to it.
Yeah, okay, because it's a different melon. Okay, I got it. And
Yeah.
probably that's the same with Asians too, correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
People from like northern China would have less in their skin than people from, say, the Philippines or Indonesia.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Because like my wife can hang out in the sun all day in a bikini, and she'll get like a light sunburn, take
Uh-huh.
a shower, wake up in the morning, and she's got a nice little tan. And I'm always looking at her like, "Fuck you! I hate your guts. You suck."
This one right here. We went to the pool. We spent 2 hours at the pool. The next day, I looked like the fucking Red Lobster sign, and she had a healthy golden glow.
Yep. Trust me, I know your pain, brother. Notice the red in the beard? That's that Irish descent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
Irish are notorious for sunburns because we are very fair-skinned people.
Right.
all I
And
could
I got-
think of, there was a
that's
comic
my
where
majority.
it was an Irish girl, and they're like, they're at the pool, and they're like, "Oh, it's fine. Take off your shirt and join us. You know, you got a bathing suit on. Can't be that bad." She goes, "No, it's really bad." Oh, it can't be that bad. She takes off her shirt. One of the friends is like, "The bacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid."
Oh man. You said, but I think that fits what Fathead was saying. I guess because Irish is in a climate as almost like Russia, correct?
Well,
What-
Ireland has two things leading towards that. Number one is, yes, it is a very northern, northern country. Northern Ireland specifically is what I'm referring to.
Right.
But it's very northernmost. It's very mountainous. You know, they get plenty of protection. But also, most of UK is very cloud covered because it is a small island. They get a lot of rain. Like their summers are usually a rainy season.
Right. Okay.
Versus now there is actually an advantage to lighter skin as well, but it's not for the sun, it's for the winter. We don't get cold as easily because if we're out in the sun, our body is able to absorb even that little bitty amount of sunlight and keep us warm, which is why, like Jenny and I, we were out at a ring fair, and it was maybe 45 degrees outside. Jenny's wearing 2 jackets and freezing. I'm out there in a t-shirt and shorts. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It feels great.
Right. Yes. That was my
No,
next.
I'm wearing a jacket and a cloak.
And my jacket. She stole my jacket as well.
Uh-huh.
See,
See now,
that's me right there.
But
Yeah.
when the sun went down,
Uh-huh.
you better fucking believe I took my jacket back.
damn right.
See, that's
Now
the
when
thing.
I was
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, see, that's my next question because it's kind of like in the sun, you it's a different. I guess she could take the sun, and me could take the sun, but when it comes to the cold, oh no, I don't like that. I can't do that.
Well, do you know like scientifically why there are the different skin tones?
Scientifically? No, I don't know the right.
The actual breakdown for the reasoning behind it is because one of the primary sources for certain vitamins that humans get is from sunlight.
Right.
Now,
Vitamin
if you
D.
live in some vitamin D is the big one. If you
Right.
live in a place like Russia or Ireland, you don't get as much sunlight, so you have to absorb every single bit you can.
Okay.
Versus if you live in Central Africa, Hawaii, places that get a lot of sun, you
Right.
can sometimes get too much. So the darker skin tone ended up developing so that you wouldn't end up with basically an overabundance of this and literally get sick. You can see this in modern day. If somebody with really dark skin goes up to like Norway, they end up having to take vitamin D supplements. Whereas if somebody from Norway goes to like Central Africa, they're sitting there and they're just, fully covered, like, not fucking
Right.
deal with this.
Right.
Ah,
Right.
instant burn.
Does that have
They,
you know
they
that-
cook the second they get off the plane.
But do you lose zinc? Do you lose zinc as far as that? Because if I take like zinc or put I don't feel like when it get cold, I'm able to take it. That's what kind of I didn't know that.
Zinc, I think, is more for regulating body temperature than it is for regulating like the intake of sunlight. It may be related, but I'm not that much of a biochemist to be able to tell you.
No, not sunlight. I'm talking about as far as we getting cold. When I started taking more zinc, I guess it did something to my body that was not able to take cold than I used to take it years ago. So that's why I was like, dude, is when people that said the sunlight, like you just said, all their body, their vitamin D got a lot of accumulated. Do they lose zinc at that time due to the accumulation of the vitamin D?
That one, I'm not sure. I believe zinc is actually supposed to be better for blood flow, which can affect body temperature.
Okay.
Hey, California prepper.
Yeah, I want to look because that's what I wanted because
It's definitely an interesting rabbit hole to go down. Wiki's got a lot of really interesting articles about it.
Oh, okay.
And based on the conversation, I'm just going to go and assume you have yourself a very dark skin tone. That's why you're asking.
Yep, I have myself very dark skin, but in the wintertime, oh my goodness, I can't. No, I got to have heat, and usually, sometimes in the wintertime, when you have the AC on, like the AC on in the house, in my room, I have the heat on.
See, I'm one of the weirdos here in Alabama. My mom thought I was fucking crazy because she'd have every heater on the house on, fucking space heaters, wall heaters, whole 9 yards. She'd walk in my room and there was just a wall of cold because I would have the heater in my room off and I'd have my window open, fucking 40 degrees outside.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you now, Von Erich.
Uh-huh.
When I was in high school, I went to Ann Arbor High School,
Uh-huh.
and
Really?
yes,
Michigan?
what other fucking Ann Arbor do you know of?
I think there's one out in the west, but I can't remember. I just
Okay,
wanted to
well,
make
I
sure
grew up-
because if that's
I grew up in
true,
Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, Michigan.
that explains so much about you.
I know it does. I was born in Dearborn, Michigan, so yeah, I mean that explains a lot. Our school, for some odd reason, oh, thank you, Jenny. Our high school, we got a lot of foreign exchange students. We got them from like Asia, the Middle East,
I think it's because the college there, they get a lot of them there.
U of M, because of
Mhm.
U of M, because our high school offered college classes that would give you beginning credits.
Mm-hmm.
We had a young man that was a really good guy. Do not ask me his fucking name because to this day I cannot remember his name. Although back then we just called him Zeke. That's what we called him. But to properly pronounce his name, I never could do it. I think there was like 2 or 3 people. But he was a foreign exchange student from, I want to say it was Mozambique, out of Africa. He was dark skinned. And awesome guy, awesome as hell. But he got to Ann Arbor to the family that did the exchange, the student exchange. And it was his first time ever in America, and he's in Michigan. It's the end of summer. Oh, it gets funny. It's the end of summer. Now, I had actually had a sunburn that summer. We start school. He was in one of my classes with me. We met and everything, and I'm like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" And he was asking why my skin was so red, and I was like, "Oh, I got a sunburn." He's like, "Oh, I know your pain." And I'm looking at him like, "What?" I never had the thought in my head that a black man could get a sunburn. And he was explaining to me, he's like, "Yeah, I'm the only one in my family that gets sunburns. My dad, my brothers, they can run around all day long, no shirt on, no sunburn. Me, an hour in the sun and I'm cooking."
Yeah, he may have had a type of defect or something.
I don't know what it was, but he was not light skinned, but his chest and his back and his stomach would burn. His
Wow.
arms, his face, his lower legs, fine. Could deal with the sunlight all day long. but his back, his chest, and his stomach would burn. And I just thought that was the most fucking interesting thing in the world. So me and him ended up becoming friends, hung out the whole fucking school year. But the funniest shit was seeing his ass come to school in the first snowfall. Because where he lived, he had never seen, the only time he had ever seen snow was like in pictures.
Oh, wow.
That's the only time in his life he'd ever seen snow. So he'd never been in it. Well, the family that sponsored him, they got him some snow gear. He comes to school in his big old Michelin Man fucking jacket and a sweat hood and thermal underwear. And I'm like, now here's my dumb.
Don't diss the thermal underwear, though. If you lived in Michigan long enough, don't diss the thermal underwear.
Now, look, when I was that age, when I was 15, because this is when me and him met, I was 15 years old. My freshman year in high school was his freshman year in high school. My first day of high school, I showed up in a pair of high-top sneakers. As a matter of fact, I showed up in a high-top pair of troops, gym shorts, and a T-shirt.
Wow. Wow.
That's how I went to school.
Wow.
When the snow hit, I showed up in a high-top pair of troops, gym shorts, and a T-shirt. I was psychotic, stupid, crazy, batshit crazy, and dumb.
You'd have been looked at as that from me. I was like, yo, that guy.
Oh yeah, I showed up basically wearing what I'm wearing now, but a set of high-top sneakers.
Nah.
And he's all bundled up, and we had gotten like 2 feet of snow. And he's just looking at me, and he's like, "You're crazy." I'm like, "I am not. This ain't cold."
Wow.
Now, let it get below like 75 degrees, and I'm like, "Man, somebody turn the fucking heater on. It's cold out there."
On the flip side of that, Prepper, I know I've told you a bunch of times, but I've got family in Florida. They're all from Mexico, and at my little cousin's first birthday party, a bunch of them came over to my aunt and uncle's house. We were just having fun, hanging out, and they were out there playing soccer. And they asked me to join them, which that was one thing I liked about hanging out with them. That they'd see me like, yeah, he's fat, but so's Jose. He can play. But I go out there, and one of the kids like, man, it's fucking August. Why the hell are you in fucking blue jeans? I said, what do you mean? He goes, ain't you hot? And I was wearing shorts. I just grabbed him like, mijo, I'm fucking white. And my uncle's out there. My uncle's out there like, man, don't let him take that shirt off. He'll blind all of us.
I promise I will win this game of soccer. I'll blind every one of y'all motherfuckers.
And like I couldn't be mad at him for like asking like, why you wear da da da, because he was it was one of my cousin's friends. I want to say he was like 12.
Well, I get it. I live in Florida, so yeah.
Well, it was all my family from Mexico. They actually didn't hang out with a lot of white people, to the point like I show up at this party and they're like, who the fuck is this gonna go?
Right.
Like
who the fuck invited a gringo? I'm dating your sister, bitch. Shut up.
One of the older ladies like asked me who I was, and I had to tell her, no, I'm Z and Tony's grandson. And then everyone's like, oh yeah, no, he's cool, he's family. But until then, they're just looking at me like, what the fuck? He's the only white person here. What the hell's going on? I'm like, bitch, I came for the tamales.
Who the hell invited the honky?
Right. But they don't have. Where they come from? They don't have white people where they come from. White stuff. Where they at? Where they live at?
Actually, the neighborhood we lived at, I think there were 3 white families. It was me and my family, my buddy Derek and his family, and then the little girl my buddy Derek was trying to date down the road. But for the most part, the guy who owned all the properties, he was from Mexico, and he would actually rent them out to like the people who came up from Mexico looking for work. So it was mostly Mexican families in the area.
Oh, okay.
Which I was related to like half of them.
All right. So you said this was in Florida?
Yeah, sleep in.
Central Florida, yeah.
Oh, Central Florida. Okay.
And also, I learned a very important lesson in Florida. So a lot of people think of Florida and they think of the Hispanic community and they think it's like all Mexicans or like all Cubans. No, it is almost perfectly split. Three
Right.
ways: Mexicans, Cubans, and Puerto Ricans.
Puerto Ricans in the middle.
And for the sake of your life, never mix them up.
Right.
No,
Right. You're right.
there's somebody gonna cut your ass. And
Right.
it's just a matter is it gonna be a knife, a machete, or a razor blade?
But that's
No. The fucking Cubans will shoot you.
yeah. That's,
You think I'm
Oh,
kidding?
Cubans like to
And-
cut you too.
And the funny thing was, my cousin Jose, I love Jose. I still talk to him. He's a great guy. He's fucking crazy.
Jose
in
just
high
don't like
school.
him.
And funny story about Jose. My mom was talking to me one day. She goes, "Oh yeah, he no longer goes by just Jose. He's Josecito now. For those of you who don't know, that means little Jose." And I look at her. I'm like, "Why are we calling Jose Josecito?" She says, "Oh, one of your great uncles decided to start going by Jose instead of what we were calling. I forget what we were calling him originally, but he started going by Jose lately. So now your cousin is Josecito. So he's the younger one." And I look at him like, "Mom, Jose is a 6'1", 300-pound Mexican. He ain't been Cito since he was born."
Damn.
But no, he thought it was the funniest thing in the world. You know, little high school, middle school Mike, like, "Hey, cuz I want to learn some Spanish. You know, what they teach me in school, what they teach us in school is like traditional Spanish. I can't actually talk with anybody in the family with that. I want to learn some Spanish." And he thought it was funny to give me things, you know, teach me things, and he'd be like, "Yeah, go tell that guy that." And it'd be like some fucking swear word, and he'd be pointing at a bunch of Cubans. I'm like, "I'm dumb. I'm white. I don't care. I don't know what's going on." I start. His buddies have something like, "Dude, your cousin's trying to get your ass kicked."
I remember the story. I used to work at this company. It was a glass company years ago. This was probably like in my. I was almost 30 at the time, but I was. You know, everybody go out for lunch. People go out for lunch, hang outside, and the sun was out. I mean, I could take the sun. We just hired an African guy, and everybody was in the shade, and me and him was in the sun just beaming. You know, everybody was like, "Man, these guys over there crazy standing in the sun." So me and the guy started talking because I was real interested, you know, things from his tribe, stuff that he was telling me a lot about, you know, his tribe in Africa, in Ghana, matter of fact. Then as we was talking, all of a sudden, he got really into the conversation, and I was like, "Oh man, look at that bird over there." And I was like, "Man, that's a nice bird." He said, "You like it?" I said, "Yeah." He did a bird sound, took his sandals, his shoes off, climbed the tree, and grabbed the bird. Everybody was like, "What the?" Jumped out the tree, and David said, "Here." I said, "Oh no, I don't want the bird. I don't want the no."
I said, "I like the bird. I didn't say I wanted to hold the bird."
He said, "No, take it home, take it home." I was like, "Oh no, we don't do." I didn't want to offend him, but I wasn't grabbing that bird. I was like, "No, that bird, God, they got like this bird was like, started saying,
"What the fuck is going on?"
I said,
I was like, "See, that's what I'm talking about, man.
yeah."
I was sitting in a tree, hanging out, minding my own fucking business. Some asshole climbed the tree and just snatched my ass up. How come none of y'all told me this motherfucker was coming?" All the other birds just turned their back like, "Nope, we don't see shit."
We don't see. Yeah, and I said, "Yo, just grab the bird out the tree." Oh, did you talk about? I mean, man, that was the joke for the whole year.
The one thing that I have always counted myself lucky in, so I'm gonna be real for a minute. I live in Alabama. Everybody knows what the South is like. I'm not gonna get into it. I don't think I have to.
Right.
I have always counted myself lucky in that I was raised with the mindset of integrate yourself in as many communities as possible. Because I have met some of the most hilarious motherfuckers doing that shit.
Right.
But one that I still remember to this day that I love was there's this guy I used to work with, Marcus. I still chat with him every now and then. But he worked until like midnight, 1 a.m. And we'd been talking about, dude, you got to come over and hang out. Sorry, just talking about this. He was from like the north, and he was telling me something about like, man, I can't go over there. I'm sitting there, I'm like, why not? He goes, you ain't got no streetlights. Nobody gonna see me. And it took me like 15 minutes. I'm like, no streetlights, nobody gonna see you. well, fuck no. And the only reason I thought about it because you were talking about like he climbed that tree and like in the back of my head, I'm like, don't say it. And I gotta say it now. No, it's not that the birds turned their back; they just couldn't fucking see his ass climbing that tree. Also, what you were saying earlier with that exchange student prepper, I think you were right about the country because that sound, if I remember correctly, the schools up there actually have programs set up in that country because I talked to another guy from the same place. Listening to them talk is a fucking treat.
Yeah.
I love that accent. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
I don't know. You said the name of the country, and my brain can't remember it, but
Mozambique.
that's it. And I actually, when I was in college, I got to talk to him, and the whole reason he even struggled with conversation with me is because I was talking about I was from the South. He's like, "Oh, that's a very Christian area, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's the Bible Belt. That's what
Right.
it is."
Right.
And he apparently had come to the United States because he had become a Christian from one of the, what do they call those? The guys they send out there.
Ministries.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, so if you're
Missionary
from the South,
ministries.
are you missionary?" That's it. He goes, "Oh yeah, you know, I was in my home country. You know, they came in, they started teaching about it, and I really fell in love with the Word of God, and I became a Christian. I wanted to visit America and see what it was like. I'm like, oh yeah, you should visit the South. They got a lot of really cool churches down there. I think you'd have fun." He goes, "So since you come from the South, are you Christian?" I said, "Oh no, hell no. I haven't been Christian since I was 12."
Right.
I ain't never
And-
been Christian.
We ended up becoming friends literally because I told him what I am, and he just wanted to learn more. And I'm like, I have lived in the Bible Belt for my entire life, and nobody has ever wanted to talk this much about religion. What the fuck?
I'm gonna tell you, when I was growing up, I did the whole spiritual search thing, and there was a girl I went to school with, really cool girl, and we were friends, and we hung out all the time and shit, and she invited me to church one time. I'm like, all right, what the fuck? Okay, now this is up in Michigan.
Lots of Catholic churches up there, surprisingly.
This was not Catholic. This was more. I say this was probably something that was transplanted from the South.
Oh,
And it was an all black church. There was
Mhm.
like maybe 5 white people in the whole church,
Baptist probably.
but it might have been, I don't remember. But it was like when some of the women started standing up and like kind of like speaking in tongue and stuff, and I'm like
One of those
I
fun
started, like-
churches.
freaking out a little bit, and I'm like, I mean, they were getting like they started dancing in place and stuff, and I'm like,
Yeah.
the fuck,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
are they possessed? They about to lose their shit?
Yeah.
What the fuck? 'Cause, I had been to like more, I guess you say like a traditional church where,
Yeah,
you would stand for like singing hymns and stuff like that.
yeah, standard Church of Christ stuff.
Yeah. And when they sang hymns, it was beautiful, man. It's like they really had their shit together.
Uh-huh.
Like I went to my daughter's mother's church, my oldest daughter, and like I don't think them white women could sing on key if their lives depended on it. I mean, it sounded like a broken fucking record that somebody super glued together. To be honest.
Yeah, but it's not, when you say traditional, I think that depends on the people who you're talking to. Because,
Also, the
Most
area
of them
you're
were
in.
old as fuck.
right.
Most
Also,
of the congregation was like, ancient.
yeah. So,
I think they were there when Jesus Christ was buried.
right. Yeah. But it also depends because I went to a church and it was a mostly white church. But I'm telling you, that church was jamming.
I'll
Y'all,
be,
the guitar, I was like, am I in a what?
I'll be honest with you. I've been to white church. I've been to black church. I've been to Catholic church.
Yeah.
Black church is more fun. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But I will never again be able to do Catholic church or Black Southern Baptist church for one reason. They are way too damn active for somebody that has a knee problem.
Stand up, jump around. No, I don't
went-
need my shit popping out.
I got invited to Catholic mass by this like 70-year-old nun. And how do you say no to a 70-year-old nun?
Oh,
It's real easy, like this. No.
I worked for her. But like I get in there and
Then
it's
it's
like,
hell
okay,
no.
it's I stood up and I sat down. And I stood up and I sat down. I'm like, okay, maybe it won't
yeah.
be so bad. How
Yeah.
long have I been? I've been here for 10 minutes. What the fuck?
Yeah.
After about the 10th time of having to stand up, I'm like,
Right.
They can glare at me all day when I ain't standing up again.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I will say, the father was one of the most down to earth people I've ever talked to because I was interested. I loved speaking to people who are very passionate about what they do. I
Right.
may not be Christian anymore, but I still do. I grew up around Christian people. I still have an interest in their mindsets. And we sat down, we started talking, and he asked me just as most people. I didn't do it. Sorry, police car just went by full lights. But he asked me, as most people in the Christian faith do, have you ever read the Bible?
Right.
And I told him, like, gonna be honest with you, I couldn't do it. I got like a book in, and I had to put the thing down. And that's when he said something that I'm pretty sure he could get excommunicated for saying. But he looked at me and goes, "Do not, no matter what you do, do not sit down and try to read it front to back like a book. It is a very dry read. You will not make it. I've been a Catholic my whole life. I've been a priest for 15 years. I can't sit down and read it front to back."
Right.
I don't think anybody could.
And yeah, most people can. I didn't read it because I read them all. I read the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible. So, but when I read the Bible, and I read the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witness too, but I never read them like front to back. I went to places that my what people say in the church, where my personality or spirit gravitated to. If I read a book and I open a book, I'm like, oh man, this sounds good. Then I stay right there. I never did the front and the back. I just, whatever I was gotten into, that's what I read, And as time went on, I just, I didn't like try to cram it or anything like that. I took my time and then I just gradually read them all.
If you don't mind me asking, Vaughn, and if you don't want to say it, it's fine. I'm just asking, where are you from?
Baltimore, Maryland.
I'm sorry. Bro, I was born in DC. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people that I've been all over the place, man. I've been Michigan, Pennsylvania, California, Illinois, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. I've been all over the fucking place living.
Right.
Baltimore ain't
All
the
right,
worst.
Johnny Cash.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. Nah, Baltimore ain't the worst. I mean, shit. Like I said, I've lived in Chicago. Man,
I
fuck
lived in
Chicago.
Detroit.
Right.
See, I was going to Detroit for an anime convention. My mom was terrified. She said, "Be careful if you go to Detroit. I don't want you getting hurt. I don't want you getting shot." And I looked her dead in the eye and went, "Mom, it's 2010. There ain't nobody left Detroit to shoot me."
Right. That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
You got a point there.
That's
Mom,
true.
Detroit went bankrupt in 2005.
Right. Right.
I saw 3 homeless people, and that was all I saw except for the people going to the convention.
Right.
Yeah, even the gangsters left. They were like, ain't nobody here to sell drugs to
Right.
or shoot at no more. Well, this
Right.
sucks. Fuck it, let's all go to Chicago. They're still running healthy.
Right. Yeah.
Just fuck Chicago.
Baltimore is a different game. It's just like it is when it's in The Wire, that show The Wire. Yeah, it's just, I knew
Yeah.
few of the people that they was talking about. I used to talk to the guy that, he was like a mentor in The Wire, but I used to go and talk to him. He just passed a few years ago. Named Little Mel. I used to talk to him, and as far as a lot of people that they was talking about, especially the Barksdale. I'm not gonna go straight into it, but the Barksdale person who was the head of them all never did a time in jail, and he was connected to the part of the government that that was shipping a lot of that stuff in. You know what I'm talking about. He was connected to them. He never did. He never did a time. Got business all around, people and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of those guys I went to school with. Some of them I went to school with.
I'll be honest with you. I've made friends with gangbangers, people from motorcycle gangs, people who going for positions in law. I've made friends with all of them. One of the things I hate is you see people, they try to demonize and turn other people into heroes. We're all just fucking people trying to make it from day to day.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, that's like one of the things I think I told Vaughn this the other day. We was on a live together, and you know, I heard somebody say something on a YouTube short, and it really made sense. You know, in this day and age, you know, our politicians and our mainstream media, they're constantly trying to divide us by our skin color. And it's race this, race that, racism. Well, this young, he was a black gentleman. He came on and he says, I don't know why everybody's talking about all this racism. There's only one race, the human race.
Right.
He says, the only thing that makes us different is our culture. And, you know, I never looked at it that way. You know, because, I mean, Whoopi got her dumb ass up there. And I'm not talking shit about her other than what she said was stupid. But, you know, and keep in mind, I love Whoopi. She's a good actress.
Sister Act was fucking amazing.
Yeah. But she come up there and she's talking about the Holocaust. What Hitler did had nothing to do with race. Now, to a certain degree, I understand the point she was making.
Right.
And the point she was making was it was man being inhumane and evil to other humans, to other human beings. And I get the point. But at the same time, she made it like Hitler was not racist. If Hitler could have got to Africa, he'd have killed every black person he ever saw there. Every white person that wasn't. And it's funny because Hitler did have this idea that the perfect human being was white-skinned, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed, which Hitler was almost none of those. He was white-skinned, but that was about it, because he had brown eyes and brown hair. And Hitler was half German and half Jewish. He had a German mother and a Jewish father.
I don't even think he was German.
Yeah,
yes, he was half German and half Jewish. I said, trust me, I've been to Hitler's house. I've been to most of his death camps and shit. And I'm here to tell you.
If you want another thought that's kind of insane to think about, Jenny, if I was to ask you what you are, what would you say?
Hussy.
Like when it comes to, you know, like
I'm sorry, Jenny, I can't help myself.
People would say I'm Caucasian American. What would you say?
American born Chinese.
Vaughn, what would be normally something you'd say?
If as far as what? My race?
Yeah.
I would say Black Indian.
That's something that you only really see in America. If you go to, say, France, you walk up to a white person and say, what are you? They're going to say, I'm French. Go to a black person and say, what are you? They're going to say, I'm French.
Mm-hmm.
The whole idea of mixing America in with other things, you hear African American, Asian American, Hispanic American.
Mm-hmm.
Unless this is going to sound
unless
terrible,
you're talking about white people, then it's just, oh, they're American.
Or they're white, or they're you will hear Caucasian American, but like I rarely hear that one. Very rarely. That's usually used in more technical documents. The way I look at it, I've got family that came from Mexico. Now, if they were born in Mexico and moved to America, they're Hispanic American. They were born, well, technically they're Mexican American.
Mm-hmm.
But if they were born in America, they're American.
Right.
As Americans, we don't identify as Americans. We identify as our race and our culture and American. And it's something you only really see here, which is really, really weird.
Yeah.
It's like I got a buddy that lives in Sweden, and even he says like he knows guys in Sweden. They're, you know, literally like as black as my shirt. Like that's their skin tone. And they go, no, I'm Swedish.
Right.
And it's not even a second thought for them.
Yeah, as far as the mass here in America, it goes by a color code system. Other places around the world, you don't see it as broad as you do in America. Now you do get pockets and stuff like that.
You do.
That in other countries, but as far as a broad base, you get it here in America. But Hitler, when he was down with the Aryan Anglo-Saxon. And the Aryan
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon are different colors. Matter of fact, that they said it actually originated, according to history, in Iraq.
Yep.
Now, Hitler was very close with the Ethiopians. Matter of fact, he was very close with Haile Selassie. The Germans supplied Haile Selassie arms when he fought against Italy, when Italy tried to invade Ethiopia. Also, when Haile Selassie went to Germany, the Germans praised him because he was under an Aryan, Anglo-Saxon people, and they felt that he was brothers. Now, when the Nazi thing came in, and they had put it that, it's papers showing black people Nazi in the Nazi being protected from the rest of the country. They had a camp for them because they was considered Nazi citizens. And it's a woman on YouTube that how she was growing up in Germany. She said she ain't witnessed racism until she came here in America. That was the time. But Hitler wasn't against like blacks and stuff like that because it was Anglo. If you was out of that Anglo-Saxon thing that he was identified with, then he didn't pay you no mind because he went in parts of Africa and did the same thing that he was doing in Germany, but he didn't touch the Ethiopians because he was for them his brother and sister. So it's basically what happened here when they implemented that color code system here in America. Then it spread it around the world, but in pockets around the world, not everywhere.
For one thing with me that I actually, and I want to apologize ahead of time in case this like tickles anybody's nerves, but it's something that actually has happened to me, and I wanted to explain. As I was saying earlier, I grew up most of my life in the South. A lot of people think South constant blatant racism, not actually that blatant. And to be honest with you, the first time I ever witnessed anybody around me, other than the kind of shit they usually say around here that you hear the older people say, I'm obviously not going to repeat. I completely disagree with. The only time, the first time I actually experienced anybody being truly racist, like at least around me, I was in Michigan, which threw me off. I didn't expect that one, and I was moving to a little bitty town near Ann Arbor. I can't remember the name. I want to say it starts with an R.
Romulus.
And there was a place there. A guy had an open room, super cheap rent, so I was going to go there. And I was talking to my great uncle. I was like, yeah, I found a place to live. Da, da, da. He goes, oh, cool. Where? And I told him the street. And he goes, oh, be careful. That's a real dark neighborhood. And to show you how little experience I had with it, the first thing that came to mind, I'm sitting there, dark neighborhood. They don't have a lot of streetlights.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it wasn't even me trying to make a joke. That was the first thought that came in my head because I never had somebody be that blatantly racist to my, say something like that in my face. And I'm just like, is it just not safe because there's no streetlights? Like, what do you mean dark neighborhood?
Right.
Like, the fuck does that even mean?
Well, I'll give you one. I can give you two of them. First time I ever actually saw a KKK person in real life, like
Night,
not
Lori.
some shit on the TV.
Right, Lori.
Night, Lori's World. Was in Ann Arbor, Michigan. When I was a teenager.
Ann
I think I
Arbor's
was
got a fair
about
number of them.
15, 16. But they did a march there, and it's like everybody that was in the crowd, like nobody actually wanted to hear their shit.
Nope.
No one. I mean, there was not one person in the crowd that gave a shit. And, everybody was like it wasn't everybody just standing still watching them and listening. It was basically like everybody was still going on about their life. And as they walked by, they'd flip them the bird, boo, take your racism elsewhere, things like that. And of course, they're up there talking about Jewish people and blacks and, everybody that ain't white. The rhetoric they speak.
Right.
But the one that really caught me, now, I give you a little backstory about me. My dad was in the U.S. Army. I grew up on military bases until I was about 11, 12 years old. My grandfather passed away, and that's when we moved to Ypsilanti, Michigan. A friend of mine's dad, when we moved back to Michigan, his dad hung out at a biker bar. Now, we went up there to see him one day. I think my buddy was trying to get like $5 off his dad or some shit. And on the door was a sign that said, "No colors allowed."
Mm.
I had no fucking clue what it meant. I thought it had something to do with like biker jackets or something like that. Because,
That'd be my
I knew
first
a
thought,
little
yeah.
bit about.
Colors,
Yeah.
patches.
Right.
Right. I go inside with him, and we weren't there very long. But I noticed all the bikers in there, and there were bikers from different clubs in there, and they no beefing because it wasn't allowed in that bar. Y'all want to come in and drink, shoot pool, whatever. Y'all stay to your corner, you stay to your corner. Everybody gonna get along, or y'all gonna get the fuck out with some busted heads. Because I guess the owner was a Hell's Angel biker, didn't play no fucking games,
Nope.
and he has been known to chase motherfuckers with a ball peen hammer, which is, that's just what them guys are known for, and I wouldn't want to piss one of them off.
Right.
But
Nicest guys in the world if you get on their good side.
Right.
yes, don't be on the bad side. Not a good place to be. And I can only say that from what video footage I've seen, like out in Las Vegas and California and shit like that. So, but I never knew what the fuck it meant because I grew up in the military. Growing up, I had a friend of mine, Zervando, mom and dad was Puerto Rican. His dad was a U.S. Army serviceman. I forget what his rank was or what he did, but that was my best friend. Me and him played G.I. Joe and shit together. We were like 7, 8, 9 years old. When my dad was stationed at Fort Dix, New Jersey, my best friend was a black kid named Michael. His family was from Mississippi. My favorite time was spending the night over there on Saturday night because I knew his grandmother, which was his dad's mom, she was cooking breakfast every Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I fell in love with grits.
Should be breakfast.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Grits, fried bologna,
Right.
with a fried egg on top,
Biscuits.
homemade buttermilk biscuits that it was different than what I was used to.
Right.
I'd never had fried bologna till she did it, and I'm like,
Right.
fuck, you can fry this shit? I've had bologna, but I never had it
Just-
fried in a cast iron skillet.
Just
Right.
remember to do the cut on the side, or that shit gonna bubble up.
Right.
Oh yeah, and she did. And she'd pull the ring off, slap it in the pan, hit it with the spatula, put that slice in it,
Yeah.
flip it,
Mm-hmm.
throw it on your plate. But she made buttermilk biscuits, buttermilk pancakes, fucking sausage gravy that make you stab a motherfucker for the last spoonful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you wanted to fight over it, but she always made enough for everybody. Me and him were in martial arts. We took taekwondo together. We played football together. I found out white boy can't play football.
Nope.
We played basketball together. I found out my white ass can't play no fucking basketball.
White people can play football, man.
Not this
No,
white
I'm
motherfucker.
referring to
I
this
suck
one.
at sports. Yeah, me. I suck at sports. Michael could play the trumpet. He could play the trombone, and he could play a cello and a piano. I have absolutely no fucking musical talent. Like I can't play any instruments. I can't draw.
Oh wow.
His sister, she was like, I think 2 years younger than him. And she could draw her ass off. She was very artistic. But Michael and his sister, matter of fact, both his sisters, all three of them were in gymnastics before they moved to Fort Dix. And he could do, one thing I always wanted to do was a backflip. Because him and his sister, they'd be out there doing cartwheels into backflips and then into a jump spinning backflip, whatever. They were very athletic and gymnastics, they could do this shit. And he tried to teach me how to do a backflip because behind our duplexes that we lived in, you had the backyard and then it went up a little hill. And then you had the next set of houses on the next street over. And so we'd stand on that hill and he'd try to help me do a backflip. Still to this day, I can't do a fucking backflip.
If I'm on a trampoline, maybe.
On a trampoline, I still fuck it up. Guarantee you, still fuck it up. But, it was a matter of like when I was that age, I didn't look at him as a black kid.
He was
I
Mark.
looked at him as that was Mike, was Michael. That was my friend. We hung out, we rode bicycles together, we ran through the woods together, we go down and catch tadpoles and shit together. We just hung out. We go to taekwondo together. We'd go down to the rec building on the base. We'd play basketball, or rather, I'd kick the ball across the court trying to dribble, and I'd throw it behind the backboard trying to shoot, and he just kicked my ass at fucking sports. Except one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
There was one thing I could do that he was not very good at. Swimming.
Right.
That was the one thing I could kick his ass in, was swimming, because he was a weak swimmer. I was a good swimmer. But I mean, he could swim. He just wasn't as strong of a swimmer. I'd gone through swimming classes and shit.
Right. Yeah.
But other things, he was very athletic, but we never looked at each other in that manner.
That's how most cases are, but I think it was more so on the media and other things that they did to, and a lot of time people separated as that.
Oh yeah.
Like gravitated into the government, what the government's doing, and the higher ups was doing, because they was trying to get control, and the best way to get control is divide and dividing.
Oh yeah.
But I wanted to ask,
I
wanted to ask a question. She said she's from China, right? She's from China, or
Jenny's
she's
family is
born.
Jenny's parents are from Hong Kong. She was born in America.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hong Kong ain't part of China.
I was going to ask her a question, but
actually, it is.
She was born here, right? Does she go
Yes.
back? Do you go back to?
I've never been to China or Hong
Your
Kong.
parents go every now and then, don't they? Or they used to.
They only went once, and that's for a vacation with the aunts.
Oh, okay. Because the reason why I was asking, because even they have different. We know Bruce Lee was half Jewish and half Chinese.
Did not know that.
I actually didn't either. I thought it was full Chinese.
No, he's half Jewish and half Chinese. But back there in China, they have different parts back there. Matter of fact, the garment district, the people that work in the garment district are they Chinese. We would say they Chinese, but like a tribal name that they call them, they don't get along with the mainland Chinese there. So my question is, even though we have like racism here and we going by color, do they have this? As far as what I'm saying, they have the same thing even in China, even in the Beijing area, due to the Europeans had took that control. And years ago, CNN did an article, Huffington Post and CNN had an article where the Chinese companies was hiring white people just to make them spokesmen or leader of the company to bring more people in. So my question, do they have that same type of racism there like they do here in America?
I don't
That
think
I wouldn't
so.
know.
I know you got to remember, China is a communist. Their government, not the people.
Right.
Most of the people over there would much rather something like what we have. As far as I'm to understand, well, like the communist, like here we have freedom of religion. Well, under the Communist Party, and honestly, like her mom or dad would probably be better ones to ask that.
Yeah, because she was born here. I thought she was there. But I was just, I thought she may have, heard of some things.
Well, like
over there, they had some things over there, like when the Africans came over there, they was being discriminated against. And the reason is, like what me and Fathead was saying, that it started here in America, it's broad in America, and it went around to other countries. Even though some parts of countries, they had, like you said, they are French or Sweden, but it's still some parts there that look at black people a different way. But we all need to know also, we was all tribal at one time. like in Africa, it was all tribes. They was racist against another, or whatever how you call it. They was enemies over in Africa. When they came
Oh yeah.
came over here, we came together. Only reason because we was slaves together, along with slaves that came from Ireland, they came from England, they came from different European countries, came over here as
China.
Yup, China. And all those people, if you get the George Washington Williams book, all those slaves was called Negroes. So if you was white, you was called a Negro. You was black, you was
Yep.
called a Negro. You was Chinese, you was called a Negro. Because
Hey, Catawonky.
they used that word to definize a slave, especially a
It was
Chinese.
to demean.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I ain't gonna say demean. It was just a label.
Categorize.
Right, catalyzed as a slave. Now you're right. I'm not gonna say you're wrong, Prepper, because they did demean slaves. You know, they looked at them as
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, someone in that position,
right,
and it didn't matter if you worked in a field,
right,
whether you were picking apples, corn, cotton. What you picked didn't matter.
right.
You know, you were a field slave.
We was fulfilled slaves. Right,
And then you had like the ones that worked in the houses, you know, that were basically the servants, the cook, the babysitter, the nanny,
right,
you know, did the housework. You know, it didn't matter because they were all looked upon as the same. You're here to serve me. You're
And
a
if you-
servant.
as a servant. Right, and then if you look at the laws, some of the laws was passed like here in Maryland, and I think it was in Virginia, and a couple other laws. It's like down south.
Jim Crow.
They passed laws that you couldn't marry a slave, and the reason why they passed that because a lot of people was marrying slaves, so they had to come up with a law. They're like, wait a minute, hold up, these people.
Oh yeah.
These people coming together, especially like in a lot of island people, they came over. What they went through with England, they understood like what was going on, and they married a lot of Germans, married a lot of slaves. Different people did marry. They had to come up with a law to separate them. But the thing is, I think it's more so the government, the way the government has put things and set things up that divide us. And some people, like I said, some people just gravitated to that law and just let it control them. But as a broader picture, just like what I'm hearing here with y'all say y'all didn't mind. Y'all seen it. Hey, and you know what? That's how it is with most. That's how
Oh
it is
yeah.
with most people. But since like it is today, we got so much things that we see on TV and we think this is the way it is and stuff like that. Those things just gravitate like CRT. The CRT is what they're doing is gravitating to the people's emotions, what they call mentally. And they use
Well, that's like
CRT to divide the people instead of bringing
yeah.
together.
Sorry.
like-
Oh. I was gonna pull topic to something else for a second, but go on.
Okay. Well, that's like, you know, I was saying the other day, you know, I'm tired. You turn on the news or you listen to these politicians, they talk about how racist people are in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they're using the term racism. So, like if, for example,
Racism
Vaughn, you and I.
is an emotional buzzword they like to throw at people just to get people
Exactly.
to
Right.
But, like, nowadays, it's not even about using, like, an N word or calling a white guy a honky or a cracker or anything.
Right.
Is, oh, you don't agree with my views on something. Oh, you're a racist Nazi, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But, you know,
you
they
didn't vote
talk
for
about,
Obama because you don't like his policies. You're racist.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, you don't like Obamacare. You're racist.
Right.
Or, oh, you don't like Biden. You're racist.
Right.
I don't like Biden because he's a dumbass. Ain't got shit to do with his race.
Right.
You know, I'm sorry, but, you know, Biden, a quicker fucker upper.
Right.
I saw that sticker today at the truck stop. Matter of fact, the truck stop I'm at today, right now. I couldn't
I
help
want
myself.
that one now.
Right.
Okay.
But the thing is,
I see people.
I would let Matt go. But the thing is, I know people like what Biden said. If you don't vote for me, you're not black, right?
Yeah. What the fuck?
yeah, that was just a crazy. And the reason why he said that purposely. And the reason why he said that because he knew the black community wasn't voting for him. He knew this because he knew that we was up. A lot of people was upset with the bill that he had in 1994, along with the Clinton. So they was not most of the people, and I know because I do like lectures and do community uplifting. So most of the people like I ain't voting.
Yeah.
I ain't vote for either one of them. They would have been.
Hey, Jeff Riddle too.
They would have
Go
been
ahead, brother.
behind Trump until he said about the Virginia thing. I just know because what people are telling me. They would have been because they voted for him the first time when he won. They said they still would have been until he said about the Virginia thing. That what right there, and it was a couple other things that he said before then was they was like, you know what, I could see what he was saying, but that Virginia, what he said about Virginia, yeah, and about the football.
So
I must have missed the football remark.
pulling back to an earlier thing, we were talking about like the various cultures. Now there is one thing that I've seen over the years that has made me very sad that I was born white. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, there's something I've noticed. White people got the most boring type of culture out there. Let me explain. I'm not talking about like our heritage cultures, but like the way that we react to things as white people.
Uh-huh.
Take a group of people from any race. White people are the most subdued, and it's boring.
Right.
Best example I can give you is I'm an anime guy. Now, anybody who's super into anime, especially as a teenager, we're shy. We don't like to talk about it. We get made fun of it. And I thought that was everybody that was into anime. Quiet you. Until I got to college, and this is going back to that guy I was talking about before with the sunburns, Jazz. It was Jazz, and I can never
Can't
remember
even
his.
masturbate to real women. Got to jerk off to some freaking cartoons.
I can't remember his buddy's name, but it was a couple black guys that were in the gamer club. And if I could have one thing, is the confidence of a black man that is interested in something, because they have no fear. They don't care what people are going to say. They don't care. I was in the gamer club, and I had like a fucking button that I'd gotten from an anime convention with some character on it, and I had it on my bag. I kind of kept it hidden. I knew nobody in the gamer club was going to make fun of me, but it wasn't like everybody's thing. Jazz sees it and goes, dude, you fucking like what? You watch Dragon Ball Z? You watch Bleach? And I'm like, yeah, I don't usually talk about it. He goes, man, I got a Bleach game for the Wii. We got to play. And I'm like,
right.
I am white and Southern. I could never get that excited about that shit.
Right. Yeah. right.
I'd get my ass kicked.
Right. Well, Fairhead, let me ask you a question on that, what you just said. Do you think, Al, as far as, because you said we like animating that we are, and then you say as far as the white side, how, too laid back that.
Not even laid back, more repressed.
Okay, more oppressed. Repressed. Do you think
like more give a shit about what other people think?
Right. You said they
to put it in easier terms.
You don't, right? You said they don't give, right? Or do?
Which one?
Did you say, Prepper, that they don't give?
No, we do. White people tend to give too much of a shit about what other people think.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now, do you think that the way they was thinking, that is it hard as far as a lot of people talking to the other race and talking to, because like we like animated, and then they not, so they don't want to say anything because they don't want to, because they don't want the person as far as what the person might think. Do you think that's a part of us separating? Why we so separated as of today because of that?
No.
I would say honestly, as a white guy, it throws me off when it happens, but it's not like like an uncomfortable kind of throwing off. It's more like, oh, I can actually say what's on my mind with these guys. I don't have to watch every fucking word I say. It's
like worried about what they're gonna think.
Yeah, it's freeing. Like I've got friends from pretty much any culture you can think of. I've got friends from the Middle East. I've got friends from the South China Seas. I've got friends that are black, white, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, all over.
Sweden.
And I don't count him because he's just weird.
Road.
He fucking is. I'll tell you guys why in a second. But God, I fucking hate him sometimes. But if I'm talking with a bunch of people, like whenever I'm talking with my white friends, I've always got to be like, okay, is this going to start a conversation that's going to be uncomfortable? Because I'm just going to throw this one right here. White people don't like talking about race.
Okay.
We don't.
Okay.
For the simple fact of we are too used to, as soon as we start trying to have an intellectual conversation about it, somebody's going to accuse us of something emotionally.
Right.
And I can't have a rational topic about race with white people.
Right.
But that being said, when I was in California, there was this one guy, can't remember his name. He worked for the company that Jenny and I worked for like the first 3-4 months that I was there. We had a 2-hour, very heated discussion about race and race politics, and I never once felt like I had insulted him or that he was like trying to insult me.
Offended.
We actually had a proper conversation.
Right.
Tunnels?
No, it was Gary Bear.
Oh, okay.
Black Batman. Oh, this guy was a fucking amazing guy. And the reason we called him Black Batman was because he was a black guy. But if you were ever in trouble, if you were ever having a call that you weren't able to handle, or you were just lost, he was just fucking there.
Right.
This motherfucker would just appear.
Right.
I fucking love Gary. Was his name? I fucking love Gary. But no, like never felt like he was offended. I told him some of the jokes that I'd heard over the years, and he was cracking up. Because I have a rule: if I have a joke that involves a specific race, I will find as many people of that race, tell them that joke, and go, "Is that racist or funny?"
Right.
This particular one, apparently, it's a black joke, and every black person I've ever told it to goes, "You got to keep telling that. That's fucking hilarious."
Right.
But I'll tell you after the stream. But white guys, though, we don't like. I guess you could say we're afraid of getting called out for being racist, because that is a damning accusation for some of us.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm openly racist.
I ain't racist.
I am. I hate the whole fucking human race.
That's fair. Me personally, the way I act is, until I actually talk to people, just assume I hate you.
Right. Oh, okay.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Because I don't hate anybody for their race. I hate communities. For example, I'm an anime fan. I hate the anime community. I'm a gamer. I hate the gaming community, because when you get people together, their IQ collectively drops.
Okay.
Individually, they're all very highly intelligent.
Right.
Put all them idiots in a room together, and they're dumber than a box of rocks.
Yep.
Right.
And
Kind of like truck drivers.
It's cool.
Look, you put 10 truck drivers in the same room, you can't ask them all 10 of them the exact same fucking question.
Right.
Unless none of them have ever driven for Swift, and you ask them what's the worst company, then they'll all say Swift. Other than that, you put 10 truck drivers. I don't care what their skin color is. I don't care what their culture is. I don't care what their religion is. You ask them all, pick a fucking question. You ask them all the same question. You'll get 10 different answers, because for the most part, most truck drivers can't agree on anything.
10 different answers and 2 fist fights.
Right.
Quite possibly.
But yeah,
That's
no.
Swift and Schneider.
So like, I appreciate how cultures and you also see it in like the family culture. For example, in Hispanic families, it's very common to see 2, 3, if they have the ability, 4 generations living in the same house. And with this, you can see an obvious hierarchy. When
Middle East as well.
Middle East as well. When I was in Florida, that was a lot of what was happening, and it was hilarious watching my Aunt Hannah. She would be making tamales, and it did not matter if you were her child. It did not matter if you were her cousin. If you were younger than her, it was yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. What do you want me to do?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just this hierarchy of, everybody understands what they're supposed to do. Everybody, knows how it goes. Versus, I was hanging out with one of my white friends, and this is the closest I've ever come to actually, physically harming someone. This was here in Alabama. I was at his house, and his mom hollered at him to do something, and I think her name was Martha or something. And he turns and goes, "Fuck off, Martha!" And I'm like, "All right, first of all, you ever talk to your mother like that in my presence again, I will snap your neck.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You do not disrespect your mother like that. What the fuck? Why the fuck are you calling her by her first name?" He goes, "Well, my dad calls her by her first name."
Oh, wow.
That's your fucking father.
Right.
You are 17 years old. What the hell is wrong with you?
Right. Right. But it seemed like just what you were saying, and from Prepper, the culture that y'all bring up and matches the culture as our cultures not together, and we are able to relate. But it seems like it doesn't matter what color you are. But it seems like out of that culture, it matters what color you are. The way, like the way.
Actually, I don't think it's out of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
I think when it matters what color you are is when it's the politicians or the journalists, the media people talking about it.
Yeah, that's
because
you
got two white guys on here, a black man, and I'm just going to use the politically bullshit correct term, Jenny, American Asian or Asian American,
right,
or Chinese American,
right.
Do any one of us four give two shits about what color the next person's skin is?
Right, but we've been raised in the same culture, same type of
right.
Culture. But the
I see what you're saying. Our age group is close. Jenny's only 14 years old.
No, the age group. With Fat Man has fat head. I said Fat Man. Fat head.
I'm the fat man. Well, no. Here's the thing, though. Kind of what you're saying, but I think it does matter a little bit. So you got a black kid and you got a white kid.
Right.
Normally, no, like they don't care. However, mixing in what the government does, that causes more stress because now the white guy doesn't want to say any jokes that might offend the black guy. The black guy doesn't want to say anything that's going to make him think the white guy's pissed off.
Right.
Because, like, they have different ways of acting. For example, I've hung out with black dudes and they thought they were, like, scaring me because they were inner city black kids and they're very animated. They're very, fuck yeah, man, fuck yeah, duh. And to a lot of people, that comes off as, oh shit, are these guys about to beat my ass? Mm-hmm. I fortunately have experience with inner city black kids. So I was just like, no, y'all fine. Like, y'all just having fun, like whatever.
Right.
But it's, mixing in the media and the different cultures. The problem is because everybody gets their ideas of what various race groups are like, religious groups are like from the media, they never spend time around them to understand what they're actually like.
Right.
And that's where the problem is. It's not a matter of the media, because the media can say what the fuck the media wants. I don't even watch the fucking news. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to spend the time and energy to learn about the other groups. And that's why you have all these stereotypes of like the South is racist and white people say white people are racist and black people hate white people and yada, yada, yada. I'll be honest with you. I have never met a black person that actively hated white people.
Right.
The most I ever got was just apathy of you're white. Who fucking cares?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I've met one.
Actually, I take that back. I had met one as well. He tried to get me taken to jail for race. He tried to get me taken to jail because I was being racist, and I'm like, dude, I'm literally doing my fucking job. Go to hell.
Oh wow! Well, and I think that's because the way the things are, like CRT, the way they implemented it. Now, I ain't talking about the foundation of it. I'm talking about the ways they implemented it, and I think that's a lot of have to do is the reason why you have these groups and stuff like that hating another color, which, like Burgess Owens said on the Senate floor, he said, the black kids today are being raised and being taught to hate white people. Now, and that has a lot to do is because of the things that they implement and they teach it. And it's getting crazy because when I do things where I live and stuff like that, and I'm talking and I'm asking questions and stuff like that, it's because the many things that's going on within the inner city and stuff like that, they judging what this person may have did, and they just go and just say the whole everybody's like that. They don't do individual. They just go up to like Prepper, which he been raised around blacks, fathead and
I've been raised around all walks of life.
well, all
Yeah,
walks
if
of
you
life.
grew up in Michigan, that's everybody.
Right, that's everybody.
Yeah.
But they don't. They just see one thing because what they're being taught mentally. They just see one thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and they might see black eye and say, "Oh, the Chinese people try to take over America." You see what I'm saying? So they're. You see how the mentality and how different things are going on, and people are accepting that, and they gravitate toward due to the emotions and the environment that they're in. They just gravitate to anything. If I could gravitate and blame people for this so I can move up, then that's what I do. And that's how it is in most of these neighborhoods.
The biggest thing that I have a problem with a lot of this, like a lot of people have issues with this because it's causing racial tensions. My problem is it's gotten to the point where people can't even accept a simple joke anymore.
Right.
I was talking to Jenny the other day, and this is a joke that I know would actually piss some people off. They'd be like, well, why the fuck are you making a joke like that? She was saying she couldn't English because she was having typos, and my response was literally, well, I'd say you don't have to, but I can't in these.
Oh, shit.
But there'd be people that'd be like, man, why you gotta say that? Just because she's Asian? It's like, no, it's because she speaks Cantonese. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Right.
And the funny thing, he expects me that I would be pissed. It's like, I was over here cracking up.
Right.
I didn't think she was gonna be pissed because it was an Asian joke. I thought she'd be pissed because she hates puns.
I
Yeah,
tried
but
to
like-
be mad on
Now,
one.
here's one that actually is a little bit more on the edge.
Uh-huh.
One thing, this was a legitimate joke. I told to Jenny, I don't think approves of this joke, but I still think it's funny. Which was, hey, if I hate all Asian people, does that make me racist?
Oh, see, that's some dog stuff.
Oh,
But
That's
some people
that's
would
a
see
bad
that.
joke.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a terrible joke, but
that's
some people
like
would see that and be like, "That's horrible. You can't say that. That's racist." And it's like, it's funny.
yeah. but
Tell me right now, if Robin Williams was still alive and he said that on TV, tell me he wouldn't have people fucking falling at his feet.
Oh yeah, people be laughing their asses off.
Well, hold up. It's a difference between Robin Williams and you.
We're both white,
Yeah.
we're both overweight, and we both have heart problems. What the fuck? And depression.
Yeah, but Robin Williams had something you don't have.
Right.
A shit ton of money.
Right. And he had clout. He been in the industry for years. So he could get away. If Robin Williams was on the street talking that, he might get his head chopped off with that.
He might. I doubt it though. But the fact is, if you go anywhere in America, this country, the people of this country, and I don't care what color their skin is, the people of this country are not as racist as our fucking politicians and these talking heads on TV make us out to be.
Not nearly.
I mean, I see people of all walks of life as a truck driver, and we pass each other. We hold the door open for each other going in and out of truck stops. We say good morning. We say evening. We say, how you doing? Our country is not that fucking racist. Do we have bad apples? Do we have idiots? I mean, fuck, look at the moron we got in the White House. This motherfucker stood in the Senate and stated poor kids are just as bright, just as smart as white kids. What, motherfucker? You think we ain't got poor white kids out there?
Yeah.
We got dumb white kids.
Let's go ahead and actually extend that. It's not just the politicians. It's also these people that want to get butthurt over everything. And when I say everything, I mean literally.
Snowflakes.
I had somebody jump down my throat because I'm on the phone. I was working a call center job. It was a woman.
I'm sorry.
100%. It was a woman.
Karen.
I'm trying to help her. I'm like, ma'am, I do apologize. Don't call me ma'am. I'm not that old. Bitch, I don't know how fucking old you are. I'm on a goddamn phone.
Right.
Yeah, what you think? I got your bio record in front of me, bitch?
Right.
We don't have ages in there.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know what? But then on the other hand, too, this is what happened. Because I'm telling you, I'm giving you another outlook on it as far as how people look at it in the most urban neighborhoods. For instance, the NFL. You see what the NFL is doing as far as hiring Afro-American coaches and things like that. People in the urban neighborhood see that, and they say, "Wait a minute! If this country is not racist, why are they allowing that to be done?
I missed part of that.
Talking about how, like, with the NFL, they mostly
What
hire
the
African
NFL
American
is
people.
doing that's not hiring, and then how they doing as far as hiring African American coaches when they are truly qualified, and then the techniques that they're using to not to hire them. People in the urban neighborhoods see that and say, even with things that went on with the Native Americans where they put that pipe in the ground, we see that and say, you know what? If America is not racist, why they allow that stuff to get done? Why they allow that stuff to get to be like that? If America is not racist, the things that go on in the hood, why not all Americans, Native, Asian, white, be down in the urban neighborhoods saying we need to get together and stand up for freedom for all people. That's what the people in the urban neighborhoods are seeing, and that's why that mentality is the way it is today. Because only thing they see when they get put in jail is mostly one, you know what I'm saying? So whether it's Democrat or Republican, that's what they see. And that's why they say, as far as America is, they believe America is racist. As far as that.
I
still did not follow that. I somewhere along the line I missed something.
I'll give you a quick rundown. Basically, in like the inner city and the urban kids, they're seeing shit that's basically affecting specific races, and they're like, well, if we're not racist, why is this happening? Like NFL changing some of their hiring policies to prevent as many African Americans, even the ones that are qualified, from getting it, or putting in the pipeline going through like the Native American lands, which is directly harming them. Why are they allowing this to happen if we're not racist?
Okay, well, for one, putting a pipeline, I'm sorry, but some things I just don't view as racist.
No. It's the way that people. What he was saying is it's the way that, like, the kids and the people in the suburban areas are seeing this compiled with everything else.
Okay, so it's their
just kind of pushing
perception of it.
It's pushing this mindset of maybe there is like a racist
Their
problem.
perception of what they see.
Is that about right?
Okay.
If you see something going on and you're not going toward, these are fellow Americans, and you're not going to help them, regardless. If you say we all Americans and people say we all Americans, then we all should be sticking together. If this country is running a pipeline, just imagine a pipeline was running through your neighborhood. Then you will have people down there protesting, saying, freedom, this is freedom, freedom, freedom. You can't do this. But since it happened to another race of people, we don't get that same reaction. Just like now,
okay, I see what you're saying.
As far as the patriotism and they doing the mandate, and everybody saying, oh, y'all taking away my laws. They've been doing that in the urban neighborhood for years, and no one came down there and said anything. This is they see this and they say, how can America be not racist? That's what they see, and that's their mentality, and that's what, like, when I'm down there all the time in the urban neighborhood, and I say, yes, these things do take place. The higher ups, the boss, the people with the money, that they doing it to divide us, but you still cannot judge each person and say, oh, that person did this,
that'd be charming.
Did that. You see what I'm saying? You still gotta, like Martin Luther King, what he said, you have to judge a person's character. Not, you know what I'm saying? So you still got, if you say you love Martin Luther King, go by his words when he said you have to judge the people's character. Because if you follow this system, the way these people are doing, we would never get over whatever we're going through. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, Chinese, whatever. But we all got to stick together. If we are Americans, we all have to stick together and help one another. Because if we don't, America will never be like it was before.
That's true. And this at one time, this was a great nation.
Yeah.
And we've steadily been going downhill between our politics, or our politicians screwing with the American people, some of the
Yep.
policies, the media pushing some of their political narratives and shit,
Yeah,
agendas.
yeah.
You know, I mean, I'll tell you one thing that I thought was the biggest. You know, when I was younger, affirmative action. That was one of the dumbest. As I got older and actually understood what it really was, that was one of the dumbest fucking things ever done.
Uh-huh.
You
Because-
wanna know what's still hurting us to this day? Fucking No Child Left Behind.
Oh, from with Bush. That's the one that Bush put in, right?
Yeah, sorry, Prepper. It's just you were talking about affirmative action. Like they've not been pushing good shit for a while.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of bad things like like you know, I mean, affirmative action was a dumbass idea.
Uh-huh.
You know, give a person a job based on their skin color, not their qualifications. You know, if the man's qualified for the job, he's qualified for the job. Now, if it's like a semi-skilled labor job where it doesn't matter whether you hired the Mexican guy, the white guy, or the black guy, you got to train either one of them. Then I guess I would say base it off of like their job history. Who's been at the last job the longest? That's usually the guy that's going to stick with the job.
Yeah, they all
'Cause
have the
now,
same
I'll
job
be
history,
honest.
medical history.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's, but not on someone's skin color. Because I'll tell you what, I'm white. And guess what? I probably had more fucking jobs than most people. Because I would get bored with a job or pissed off with an employer and fuck you, I quit. And I walk out.
Yeah, but the thing is,
You know,
Prepper, that's right. You shouldn't have to implement that rules if the country or people was doing the right godly thing. But since America implemented a color code system, people found that color code system that they had to change the law. It's just like slavery was big time down south. America approved slaves. Then they're going to turn around and tell you you can't have slaves. That's what all the fighting was about. You're going to say that I can't have slaves. All it is, and put this law in, then turn around since the North was losing money and losing this. Now you're going to say, no, we can't have slaves no more. But that's the same thing as what you said. They had to implement that law. People from so long been going by a color code system. That mentality, and this wasn't just like, oh, I'm racist. It was a law that was implemented, a color code system law. So people was following that law. Then you're going to come and say, you know what? Don't follow that law no more. You have to hire black people. See, I can't blame the person for following a law. Now, is they?
I'm not saying I blame the person. I'm saying that law was stupid. A person should not be hired. You know, how many people that were skilled, you know, irregardless of their color, you know, how many people that had years of experience in a job, and now an employer is being told, oh, you can't hire this guy that's got all this experience. You got to hire this guy that has no experience, and now train him. You know, that wasn't fair to an employer, irregardless of what the person that he was going to hire. Irregardless of that, that was unfair to the employer, because now the employer, this guy's got 20 years experience, this guy has none. Forget what color these two guys are. They have no color. Mm-hmm. They're just men. That this one's got 20 years experience, this one has none. This guy will cost him nothing to train. This guy might cost him 6 months of training and him paying him for 6 months to learn this job. That's just like, you know, the whole fucking crime bill that Clinton and Biden's dumbasses came up with. Life in prison for fucking drugs? I mean, come on, motherfuckers are going to get high no matter what you do. Our country has pissed away so much money on this so-called war on fucking drugs, and yet we ain't got nowhere with it. If anything, we came up with newer drugs that killed just as much. You know?
But both laws are messed up. the affirmative action
Equally.
and the one that was implemented before affirmative action, and then that bill that
I'm not familiar with the one before affirmative action.
the color code system.
The one you're talking about,
I
where,
am
like, all
I am
the
not
laws.
familiar with that one.
He's talking about like all the laws, like during the slavery period,
Right,
like
during
Jim
the
Crow
slavery
and the
period.
like.
Okay.
That was a color code system. So that was implemented. That was implemented for the affirmative action to come in.
Right. That's just like all the Jim Crow laws and shit. And like
Right. So
back in the day where a black person couldn't sit at the front of the bus. They had to sit at the back of the bus.
Right.
Don't sit at this counter to eat. You go back there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So both of those laws, it's just like you just explained, is 100% right. I can't go because, right is right, wrong is wrong, fair is fair. But I'm just trying to show you what has happening, and then these people put this in, which is helping the people on the top. They just put this in because it's good for them. It's not.
Well, the fact is,
the people at the bottom, because the people at the bottom, it's just going to divide them. It's just going to, like Ron Paul said, if you take for one and give to the other, the one you took from is going to dislike the one you give it to.
And just to confirm what you were saying, when you're saying the people at the top, you're saying like the politicians, like it's making them look good because we're being inclusive and we're
rich,
helping
the
everybody.
wealthy, the influencers, the the top 1%, the Bill Gates, the people like that have always been running shit.
Right.
That stems all the way back to the days of England and Ireland, and when you had the kings. King, he's the richest motherfucker. Well, he's got guys that are close to his wealth beneath him, the dukes, the earls, and all them. These are all the people that ran that shit. People like me, and I mean, I don't know your financial situation, Vaughn, but I work for a living. I live paycheck to paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if you're in that category with me, you and I would be viewed the same. We're peasants.
Uh-huh.
We're beneath them. We're here to work so they have.
Right.
And then we get our little scraps, And that's part of the problem is in our country, that's who our politicians are the haves, the riches, the elites, the people who are Ivy League educated, and they think their shit don't stink.
You think they were Ivy League educated? Fuck, they've fucking born into those.
Exactly though, but that's what I'm saying. Because of their last name, they got to go to an Ivy League school. Where me, I taught myself how to be an auto mechanic.
Right.
I didn't go to some school. I never attended a vocational school for auto mechanics. I taught myself by reading books, hands-on, doing the shit myself. That's how I learned to be a mechanic.
Right.
Okay. So most of us in America, the ones that all these assholes up at the top claim we're all the racists down here,
mm-hmm.
We're all just the same. We're the fucking pissant peons that we go about our daily lives.
on that mindset,
and they control the shit.
On that mindset, I saw something that actually I hate to say it, but I fully agreed with. They were talking about like who was actually racist, and one of the things that the person said is poor people tend not to be racist, and here's the reason why. It's fucking expensive to be racist. And the example they used was you got $20 in the bank, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got a week left before your next paycheck. You gonna spend that $20 to buy a cross to burn, or you gonna spend that $20 to get gas and food?
Right.
You're gonna have to get the gas.
So I get my ass back and forth to work.
Get gas and food so you can keep going. Well, next paycheck comes around, you got bills. You can't put a layaway plan on fucking racism, so you just don't fucking bother with it.
Yeah,
that's true, fathead. But see, like, okay, in Baltimore, we got white people that live in South Baltimore. They live we all together. You see what I'm saying? We all in the same culture. But it's a lot of people, and it's some people out there, and we got, upper class out there and people who in charge. Their mentality is still by a color code system. The people most young people and a lot of people like you and Prepper has been raised in a culture, a mixed culture, and y'all see things differently. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And us that live in the hood should not judge you and people like you and Prepper. But it's a lot of people out there that we see, just like I gave you the example about the football,
Yeah.
about other things that's going on that they see. And they see people that's not having that same mentality. Like, I'm sure if I say, hey, fathead and prepper, I need help with this thing down here. We trying to come together, boom, 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 because it's unfair. Y'all two will come.
I got the gas money.
outside of y'all and Black Owl, I'm sorry for not including you. I believe that you will come, but a lot of people outside of that won't. A lot of people that's saying patriot this, patriot that, they don't even think about what's going on there. This is this guy in New York. In New York, I'm just trying to tell you that's they racist. That place up there, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, no, I've been to Long Island. I've been to Fire. It's bad out there.
Right. So they see that it's this cop that put all these guys in jail that was African Americans. He lied. He lied. So they had to go and get 500 people and go through that things because they said in the system that we live in, it goes by color code. In the system they live in, it's more easier to put an African American in jail than a Caucasian. These are things that I'm just telling you the things that people in the urban neighborhood sees. And their mentality is so have this like, man, hold up. Only thing I see when I went to jail was this person that put me in jail, and they lied. That's all they see, and that's why their mentality is the way they. Like you said, we not what you call. We love. We're not saying we hate white people, and we don't love. We just hate the system that we in, and we don't have enough white people to help us out. If they say that we all mix, we don't have enough to come down there and say, hey, this y'all Americans, y'all my brothers, y'all my sisters. Let's get this, let's march, and let's tell the government we can't stand this no more. They don't see it for that.
But I think part of that problem, I think maybe like a reasoning behind it, and I could be off base. It's just a thought though. Mm-hmm. But we have allowed that very same system to segregate the shit out of us. Like, put us in the mindset of self-segregating.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, other than the whites, other cultures in our country, in America, they don't view them like you guys were saying, like you guys were talking about earlier. You ask a white Frenchman and a black Frenchman, what are you? And else, I'm French. They'll give you the same answer. We're French. I'm not black French. He's not white French. We're French, period. But you come to America and we are Asian American, African American. We're Hispanic American. We have to put labels on what we are. So we're like allowing ourselves to be self-segregated.
Yeah. And what doesn't help with that is we're also pushing this label mindset where adding more labels is considered brave. It's like, don't add, keep it simple, stupid. What you're American.
I'm American. That's period. I'm an American.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very most, label it by state. I'm from Alabama. Preppers from
Florida.
Yeah, Preppers from Florida. Jenny's California.
I was born in Michigan, but I was conceived in Florida, so I prefer Florida over Michigan.
And see, that's what people also. I'm just giving you another scenario, another look. Like when you say French people, which is so I see what you're saying. You say they say the black person says French and the white person says French. Now it was a black. What was her name? Josephine Baker that went over to France. And she lived there and she helped. She was a big singer here in America. And it was a woman speaking on this channel. She has a channel. And she was saying when Josephine Baker was over there, yes, it was mixed and things like that. But the French here in France are not like those in the Ivory Coast where France controls. They say this here, and it was still things when Africans did come over there from the Ivory Coast, they was treated different.
Well, France is one of those countries that was part of that. France is probably a bad example just because I'm going to be honest with you. France has a lot of the same issues that England has, but like
Right.
Sweden
Right.
don't care.
Exactly.
Norway don't care. For the most part, from my experience, if it is a Scandinavian country, they don't give a fuck.
Right.
Pretty much, it's I'm this.
Especially like what you said, especially at home because it's a rapper. He's mixed race. He's half Irish. His name is Akala in England. He's half Irish and he's half black. And when he went home, he said on his mother's side, he said they're peasants. And he said when they looked at him, they haven't seen him. Haven't seen anything like him before. That was the first time they seen a black person. But they said, where did he come from? She said, I married a Jamaican guy. We had kids. They said, oh, no problem. As long as he wasn't English. That's what they said.
That's Ireland for you.
Oh yeah, the
As long as
Irish.
he's not British.
The Irish hate England.
Oh,
They hate the
true
British
story.
because
Don't
Britain took over their shit.
Right.
know if you know this one, Vaughn. True story. There was an Ireland-Scotland game, I think it was, and Ireland's chant was literally, "We hate England more than you."
What?
Yes, I remember hearing that.
What?
Can you imagine? Just like you're the one British guy at that game, and you're like, "Fuck, I think I should leave."
Wow.
Like trying to fake another fucking accent. If these motherfuckers find out I'm British, I'm dead. They'll be using my fucking head for the football.
I told you I'd tell you the reason why my Swedish friend annoys me. So in Sweden, this is one thing I hate about America. In Sweden, multiple languages are taught in starting in what we would consider middle school, and properly taught, and they keep going. And they're done well. So my buddy, he goes by Noise. He knows English, he knows Swedish, he knows Finnish, and I think he's learning. Shit, I can't remember the name of the country. It's where his girlfriend lives, but he knows a lot of languages. One of the first times he and I were hanging out, 100% true story. We're playing PUBG, and he and I are talking, back and forth English. And he goes out the door and he starts getting shot at from the right side, and he starts yelling something in a language I don't know. And then he kind of says something to himself, and then in English he goes, "We're getting shot at." I'm like, "Well, no shit, I saw the bullets." We end up dying, and afterwards I'm like, "Noise, what the fuck just happened?" And he was like, "I don't want to talk about it." I'm like, "No, we're gonna fucking talk about it. What the hell did you say?" He goes, "All right, so I started off in Finnish and I said we're getting shot at by some pussies on the right side." I said, "Okay, I heard the yelling. What was the part after that?" He goes, "I swapped to Swedish and said, oh yeah, Mike doesn't speak Finnish." I'm like, "Dude, I don't speak fucking Swedish either."
Shit. I'm gonna be honest. The most unique one I ever met was 16 years old. I was 15. She was 16. It was a girl from South Korea. She was a foreign exchange student. She was the only girl in our Know Your Auto class, which was basically a beginner's class to learning about cars. And you learn how to put a battery in, take a battery out, how to charge a battery, check your oil, check your fluids, change a tire, basic stuff, how to change your oil, stuff like that. She spoke She was 16 years old and spoke 9 fucking languages.
How old was she?
16 and spoke 9 languages.
I'm 30 and speak 1.
Right.
I'm 47. I speak 1, and I know a little bit of German and a little bit of Spanish.
Okay,
I do not know enough of either to get me by.
I can do German in a pinch just because of how similar to English it is, and I can speak enough Spanish to get myself shot in 6 countries. I'm also banned from learning Cantonese.
I'm 52.
Yep. He is banned.
Why? How hard is Cantonese to learn?
It's not a matter of hard, it's a matter of what I would say.
Mhm.
Oh, so you stupid.
I would give her entire family an earful, and she knows it.
Oh, wow. Did y'all watch
I
that?
don't like people talking shit about me to my face in a language I don't speak.
Oh yeah, I don't like yeah.
Like, remember
You're
the
gonna say
first question?
Say it in English.
Yeah,
Remember the first question?
I remember the
told my
first
mom about
question.
you?
Don't. Oh, fuck it. I'll say it. The very first question Jenny's mother asked, or the very first thing Jenny's mother asked her when she told her that she was dating me, because her mother hadn't met me yet. She was like, "Yeah, I'm dating somebody." And it's somebody with Mexican family. This makes me angry. She goes, "He's not black or Mexican, is he?"
What?
And I told her that
See?
she should have stated, "No, he's half black, half Mexican, fresh out of prison."
What? See how that thing spreads around?
What was even better was when she finally did meet me and we all had a dinner together. Right there, literally 2 fucking feet away from me, she looks at Ginny and in Cantonese goes, "Wow, he's fatter than your father."
Whoa.
True story.
Damn.
Dog, what's that? That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
And I thought getting called a retard in English to my face was fucking bad.
That is so disrespectful.
True story.
I
That's
wish
my
I spoke
story.
Cantonese, because if I had, I'd have just responded with, "I am just the reincarnation of Buddha."
And I can see you doing that too, Mike.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Weird thing is, her dad likes me. Me and her dad were sitting there talking about guns and cars and just having a good time.
The ironic thing is, the funny thing is, my mom gives me shit when my brothers are dating Mexicans, and she doesn't give them shit. Only me.
oh, they date Mexicans?
They did.
Oh, they don't know.
One is dating one right now.
Oh, his
Chris.
new girlfriend is?
Well, his old girlfriend was too.
I actually never met his old girlfriend, so I didn't know.
I didn't. It was just one time. But,
So, but,
yeah.
but the thing is, how do y'all feel? Even I understand your parents do, but how do y'all? Does the public accept it? Especially in Alabama.
I mean, the nice thing
Alabama
about
don't
me,
give a fuck.
yeah, no, the only thing is, like, and I've already told Jenny about this, she's gonna have to endure a couple of jokes, but nobody's gonna say anything harsh. Honestly, my parents, like, the only thing my parents said was, let's see, the first thing my stepdad said was he got pissed off that I was dating Jenny, because it meant he lost a bet with my
You said your dad got pissed off?
stepdad. He got pissed off because he lost a bet with my mom. They had a running bet on if I was gay. My mom was very happy that I finally found somebody, and then my stepdad looked at me, looked at her, looked at me, and went, "Well, you always wanted an Asian girlfriend." He's not wrong, but damn.
Well, I mean, you know,
Wait a
all
minute.
the anime and shit. I mean, it was bound to determine that you're gonna find you an Asian girl.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why I always wanted an Asian girlfriend is simply because I like short women, and all the white women I knew were really tall.
Yeah, I always wanted a midget. So, and I never got one yet.
Okay, so I actually have a fear of midgets, but that's because in high school, a girl that was medically dwarfed, 4'2", jumped up. I was 6'4" at the time, jumped up and punched me in the eyebrow. I did not know dwarfs could jump.
Springs in the heels, dummy.
Apparently, I fucking learned that day. I had a goose egg right
Dang.
here.
But why
Ah,
do you
that's funny.
think you said someone thought he was gay? Why do you think that?
My stepdad and my mom was actually legitimately like, she didn't care if I was, but she just wanted to know. They thought I was gay because during the entire time I was in middle and high school, I showed absolutely no interest in girls, and I finally had to tell them it's because I'm surrounded by sluts and bitches.
Okay.
But my mom one day, I remember, oh God, my sister almost fell off
We
the
go to
steps
high
when I
school
did
together?
this. My sister almost fell off the steps when I did this because my sister's the one that taught me how to do it. We're coming out of the house one day to go to the grocery store. My mom goes, "Michael, I don't care if you are. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. But are you gay?" And I don't know what possessed me, but I just spun around on my heel and went, "Oh no, girlfriend, you did not just." My sister's behind her fucking dying, and she goes, "What?" I'm like, "Kendra taught me how to do that."
Oh, that.
God
Which
damn.
the whole running bet thing, that's a running joke in the family. Like, my mom and my stepdad joked that they had a running bet on if I was gay, and me and my stepdad have a running bet on if my sister is. Both of those have ended up with losses.
What?
It's because my sister was the same way. She had no interest in any of the boys around her, but I don't blame her. She spent a lot of her childhood in the city. She's a city girl. She's a skater punk. She likes, that kind of aesthetic.
Uh-huh.
Why the fuck would she be interested in country boys that drive pickup trucks and wear overalls?
Oh yeah, that's true. It wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't just attractive. Yeah. So she has a boyfriend now. Funny.
Had not gonna go too deep into it, but apparently they broke up over wanting to have kids. Like, it was a clean break. It was a no anger or anything behind it. But my sister wants kids. He doesn't.
Okay.
I've dated like almost. I've dated like throughout the spectrum. Had white girlfriends, black girlfriends, Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
Never dated an Asian girl,
Mm-hmm.
and I figured out why. Because if you ever pay attention, Asian girls are very intelligent. They just wasn't falling for my bullshit.
Right.
They just I couldn't sucker them.
So the two biggest issues that I ran into with dating Jenny, the two biggest issues.
She's
Number
way smarter
one-
than you and way prettier than you.
I'm not going to admit on the smarter part, but definitely on the prettier. I love you, babe. But some of the tech questions you've asked me in the past have left me dumbfounded. But no.
Okay.
The first issue that we ran into was I always felt like I had to be super polite. And, you see in all the shows and the cartoons and the movies, Asian parents super strict. Her parents are way more down to earth than I expected, or at least her dad is. Like, we're talking NRA, gun nut, mechanic, super chill. So that threw me off. And the second thing was, it took me 2 years into our relationship before I realized, no, she's not pissed. The Chinese accent just sounds like that. Because her and her parents
Mom?
be having this. Well, no, Jenny. Her and her parents be having a conversation. It would sound like they're about to fucking rip each other's heads off. And I'd be sitting there like, what the fuck? And she'd come back to the computer. I'm like, babe, are you okay? What were you guys like? Is everything good? What were you? And she goes, oh no, we were just talking about what to have for dinner.
Oh.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
I thought y'all was about to WWE that shit.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just apparently the way that it's Cantonese specifically sounds. It's like German.
Right.
It sounds really angry, but no, it's just normal.
Oh yeah.
It's-
Listen to a German couple talk.
but-
Hey, I'm serious. You
Start
listen to
hiding
like,
the knives and the guns.
yeah, you listen to natural born Germans that grew up with the language. It's the tones that they use. Just something about it. It's got like this angriness to it. And they might be talking about how the weather is. Oh, okay, hey, good to see you. How the wife and kids, and oh yeah, hey, we should go get a beer after work.
But
But you just, but it's Deutsch. I'm not. You're like,
But you
damn,
know
let me get
what?
the fuck
Tell you
away.
the truth. Tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. But I've been around it. I used to work in this warehouse, and it was 6 Germans worked in there, but they were from different parts of Germany. One spoke like what you're saying, but the other ones did not. So it depends.
Berlin.
It depends on what part. Because I wanted to ask Jenny as far as the Cantonese. That's a part in that part of China that they speak that way, because they don't speak Cantonese entire, because they speak different languages, right? Fathead, they speak what's the one? That's
So the three main ones that you'll hear are Cantonese, Mandarin, and Hmong.
Right. and Hmong.
Mandarin, I've not had a chance to listen to. Hmong, I have heard.
Mandarin is
reminds-
very interesting.
Yeah,
It is interesting. I've heard a little bit, but I've not heard it too in depth. Hmong actually reminds me a lot of, if you've ever heard a Mexican family talking.
Yeah.
Very similar inflections and attitudes with that.
right. And that's has to do with the different cultures that you come up in. Matter of fact, it's 2 guys. One of them is black and one of them is white. But matter of fact, one of them just died. The black guy just died like last year, I believe. But he spoke like 30 different languages. But when he was speaking Cantonese,
How many?
Oh, 30.
30.
Yeah, him and the white guy.
Damn.
It's a white guy that does it too. He goes over Africa, speak a different language in Africa. He goes over China, speak a different language in Japan.
Motherfuckers don't realize Africa is not a country. It is a continent.
Right.
There
right.
are so many different languages inside of the continent of Africa because there's so
Yeah.
many different countries.
Yeah.
I couldn't fucking keep up.
Yes, but it was this black guy, and matter of fact, when he spoke Cantonese, they thought he was from the CIA. He was a spy. That's how good he talked. Because they was like, whoa, and he
Might have been.
had the dialect. Not only was he speaking, he had the dialect like them. That's what threw him off. That's why they would say, whoa,
Yeah,
wow, or something.
being able to match the pitches and the tones
Right.
associated with that with a person native born to that language.
Yeah.
Buddy
Yeah,
like
that is
in
fucking
college.
amazing.
Yes.
Guy I knew in college, he didn't speak that many languages. He nowhere near. I think he was at like 3, but he actually ended up working for the Mexican embassy, or one of their off branches, as a they had like these events, and he got asked to sing for them, in Spanish. What I want you to understand about him is he was paper white and Italian.
Whoa.
And his Spanish
Fuck
was
do you
so
get
good.
Paper white and Italian.
Paperweight.
I have no idea. So
Italians usually have that olive tone
normally,
skin.
yeah, normally,
Wow.
yeah, but
Right.
his heritage was Italian, and he was like, you'd lose this boy in the snow if he took his clothes off.
Yeah.
But he spoke Spanish so fluently and with such a good accent that when he spoke, I would look at him and be like, "Motherfucker, I grew up with that. Don't give me flashbacks."
Mhm. I knew a Mexican guy down in Laredo, Texas.
Mhm.
I shit you not. I walked up to him. I started speaking English, thinking he was an American.
Right.
He had red hair
Whoa. Whoa.
and like light complected, like a little bit darker than my skin tone, like a nice tan and freckles.
What?
I thought he was a fucking white guy, but he had this orangish red hair, and
And he was
he
Mexican.
didn't speak a lick of fucking English either.
Oh wow.
And I walk out, I'm like, because I was there to pick up a load,
Right.
and I'm like, "Hey, Bubba, I'm here to pick up this load. ¿Qué pasó, amigo?" And it's just,
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It happens.
what the fuck?
It happens on the black side too. I bet black Mexicans thinking they black. No bad boys talk out. Whoa, hold up, homie.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
Yeah.
What up, gringo? What the fuck?
But in the Apocrypha, it's not in the Bible, but it's in the Apocrypha, the lost books. That in Egypt, if the Pharaoh, if you had to, when you wanted to talk to the Pharaoh, sometimes people come down to a certain step level, but sometimes he would. It depends on his mood or whatever. But they say if you was able to speak different language, you move to the step by step by step by step. And if you went all the way up to the top where Pharaoh was, you was
You can
considered.
speak to him.
Yeah, you was able to speak to him, and plus you would be noble, become noble, because able to speak those different languages.
You're a learned man.
Right, you're a learned man. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's in the Apocrypha. Yeah.
Now, one thing, like talking about languages and even accents, one thing I did learn is, even in English, sometimes people get fucking lost. Like, when I was working that call center job, I was in California, right?
Mhm.
And whenever we go through training, we would do this thing. I forget exactly what they called it, but basically they'd have one person on the call and then another person would wire in and they'd listen, and you'd usually use that to kind of like learn together. This is my second time going through training because I'd left the company and come back. Widejacking, that's it. And I had this, I'm partnered up with this like 18-year-old girl, literally fresh out of fucking high school, never worked a job like this in her life, never left California. And it was hilarious because
the sex call worker.
The first call we got, the look on her face, because I answered the phone the way I did, "Hi, this is Mike with such and such. How can I help you today?" And the guy calling in based on his tone and from the information on it, it was about a 70-year-old black dude from Georgia. And y'all know what that sounds like. Yeah, I'm calling because I'm sitting here. I can't see him get no sick. And I just did that swap where I went straight back down and I was like, oh, no problem, sir. I can definitely help you with that. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. And she just kind of goes like,
Right.
and I ended the call and I'm like, you were looking at me the whole time. What's going on? She goes, how could you understand it? What was he speaking English? I said, yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you?
It's called
it's
Southern.
Right. Right.
No, 70-year-old black Georgian is not Southern. That is a whole nother dialect.
That's a
That's like calling fucking New Orleans Southern. No, that's something different.
No, fuck you. New Orleans is New Orleans.
Yeah.
NOLA is NOLA.
Yeah.
I've delivered down there and I miss it.
But you
I used to love
really
my
see
delivery.
nothing yet until you go to that island right off of South Carolina where the Geechees at. Where the Geechees at?
Them motherfuckers.
Oh,
Technically, it is English.
right. Right.
That's
You
a
listen-
mere technicality.
But you go back there and hear them talk, oh, you straight lost. You think they talking a whole different type of language over there. That's no joke. I mean, I was like, oh snap.
And that's one reason why if I ever have kids, I'm gonna take them just like I did. I'm gonna take them all
Right.
over the country. I'm gonna let them hear and learn every different. Because I can very easily go from Alabama to just speaking like I'm from Michigan,
Right.
speaking like I'm in a business. To I can speak. I can't really speak Californian because my nuts don't go up that high. But I
Those
can
aren't
understand.
nuts. Those are ovaries, dumbass.
I can speak and understand pretty much
Sorry,
any
Jenny.
accent in America except for
You're
one.
good.
There is one that for the life of me I cannot fully grasp.
French Cajun.
Nope, I can get French Cajun. Guido.
Oh, you know.
New York Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
what the fuck are you trying to say, man?
Yeah.
Just fucking say it. And I think the reason I can't get it is because on the phone you can't see their hands move.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, over in Trinidad, because I used to go with this Trini girl, and in Trinidad, they speak a pig Latin, but it's not quite. It's crazy because you got the pig Latin for Jamaica, and then you have the pig Latin for Trinidad and Tobago, and they got in Trinidad and Tobago they have pig Latin in English, and they got it in Spanish. So you could talk to them in English, and they grow out their words because her mother taught me how to understand it, but I just couldn't get the way they was doing it as far as how they take different words, take it out, put it here, then they might say two, we say two, they might say two to the straw, and they put those words together and take them and put them together. It sounds like a whole different type of language. I was like, what language y'all speaking? They say English. Not one word. And I've been going not one
Motherfucker, I've been speaking English my whole life and I ain't understand shit you just said.
I ain't hear not one word that I felt that it was English. What is going on? But they taught me.
You get that in the South too, like Jeep Jet.
Yup. And because my matter of fact, my son's godmother, which is my ex-girlfriend, she's from New Orleans. She's from Thibodeau. And they down there, when they speak very fast and they cut their words. I'm like, okay, hold up.
Now I will say, talking about languages and accents and like, I'm about to embarrass the hell out of this girl right here, but she did something. Now, boys, when I tell you my Southern heart was warmed and I felt good.
Right.
So again, she did spend some time out of California, but she's basically a Cali girl. Let's be real. My parents came to visit us in California. My stepdad, born and raised North Alabama. My mama, born Louisiana, raised in the South. They were with us for maybe 24 hours at that point. And we visit the Harley shop because they're wanting to take a look around. They're getting wrapped up, but my stepdad just yak with the salesman. And me and Jenny go out to the car because we're getting ready to head out. And she's sitting there. She goes, "Where do you think we should go next?" And I said, "Not sure." I said, "I think the folks are getting kind of hungry." And she looks at me. She goes, "Oh, there's a Taco Bell. There's a Taco Bell down yonder."
she said down yonder. Did she really went? Oh my God, I'd have been dying.
We were rubbing off on her.
Yeah, I'd have been dying. I'd have been dying, but I'd have been. I wouldn't be shocked because we have a lot of Korean, Chinese stores, and them bad boys speak slang. Like, what's up, Bob?
But like,
What up?
I know she didn't get it from me because when it's just me and her, like when I was over in California, I sound like my accent literally changes in a heartbeat. So for the most part, I sounded like the people around there.
Right.
And I've had friends experiences too. But the second I get a phone call from my mom or my stepdad, straight back into the Southern. And I wish he was awake so y'all could hear him because he sounds like one of those Southerners from like the old TV shows, to the point where one of my friends went, "I didn't think people actually talk like that. I thought that was just on TV."
I never
So it was them that got her doing that.
Yeah, you don't have that Alabama accent. You don't have.
I usually don't like to use it because I get weird looks when I get online. The problem with it is a lot of people can't understand what the fuck I'm saying because I end up talking real fast when I use it, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing, man? What the fuck?" So I usually try to slow down a little bit so people can actually understand what the hell I'm trying to say.
Middle of a video game online, and his motherfucker's like, "Dude, you want to go back to fucking English? I don't know what the hell you're talking, but go back to English."
Right.
I'm gonna tell you the one I found the most interesting
Uh-huh.
was Zeke from Mozambique. And like I said, the only reason we called him Zeke is because we could not pronounce his fucking name. But he spoke, I want to say it was Swahili, I think.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, I think that's,
Might be wrong.
Yeah, that's Swahili. I think it is Swahili. Yeah.
But that wasn't the most interesting. The most interesting was a little language that him and his dad and people in his family, because they still, like, they didn't live in a city. They still lived out kind of the old ways. I mean, they didn't have the older, like the mud dung huts or anything like that. You know, they had a little bit nicer than that. But he was telling me, you know, they raised their own animals and did things like that, farmed, but they also hunted. And he showed me some pictures, and they hunted with both bow and arrow, but like not like what we would think of. Like, you tell me we hunt with bow and arrow,
We're thinking
and
like a compound bow.
I'm thinking a compound. Oh no, this was handmade arch bow,
Nice.
long bows with handmade arrows and spears. And all their spears and their arrow tips were all, they did their own blacksmithing. And for the most part, rather like almost like cast iron, but a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
They knew how to mix the metals and stuff. And like he was telling me, his dad literally has like most of the guys in his family, the older generation, like him and his brothers and sisters and stuff are, you know, they got to learn like English and science and history and things like that. But like the older generation is his family, you know, like they knew their language. They knew like some of the history of like their tribes around them. You know, basically rudimentary stuff like that just for their area. But like outside that, like, no, I mean, they knew what America was, but you know, they didn't like know a lot of the history and stuff like that. But like they had no formal education. Like they didn't graduate high school or go to college, but yet it was really amazing that they had pretty much come up with their own language for while they were hunting, because they said he was telling me, he says, the animals are smart. If we speak our language, the animals pick up on it and they run.
Mm-hmm.
So they would use native animals around there. They would mimic their sounds,
Mm-hmm.
and they would use like a series of grunts or a series of chirps. And those series would like exactly like move right, move left, move forward, hold your position and stuff like that, as to not spook what their prey they were going after. And he was telling me, man, he had took down some kind of like a native deer there with a spear at like
Probably an ibex or something like that.
probably, but like at 50, 60 yards. Like he just threw it and got like a heart shot. And I'm like, fuck. I can't even get a knife to stick in a piece of fucking wood.
At 10 feet.
Have y'all ever seen the movie?
Yeah, but it was just fucking amazing.
Y'all ever see that movie Black Panther?
Yep.
Okay. Now,
You're talking about the Marvel.
Right. You know
Yeah, I
that,
love that movie.
you know that he had women soldiers around him protecting them and things like that, right? But in history, it was years ago. This woman was telling me about she was from Africa, that she was from this tribe. But it's a story that they took out on this African women. They used to. You can Google it. It is African women soldiers protected the king, and it should come up. These women, but she was from this tribe, and I ain't understand. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't know what's going on or know about it. But she was telling me the story, and then when I seen, I was like, oh shoot, she was telling me about that. And I seen Black Panther, but in the real life story, they used to go. I mean, these women soldiers was highly trained. And what they did is they used to cut the enemy's heads off and carry it around. So it was
highly trained and brutal.
Yes. And
go ahead, cheat on her. I dare you.
Right. and they used to carry
ain't the head she gonna be carrying around.
And they used to scare like other tribals and stuff like that. But when the French went over there, they teamed up with them. With this woman, woman tribe. They teamed up to take over the part where they was at, and then they end up turning against them. But yeah,
one that I actually learned about, and this is gonna sound dumb, but I only learned about it because of a video game. So real quick, the game Soul Calibur. There's a character in there, Song Mina. She uses a halberd, and I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Da da da. And I got kind of interested because I was really into weapons as a kid. I started researching it. So something I learned that kind of made me really impressed. I want to say it was Japan or China one. I can't remember which, but basically, for a time period, they would actually train women to fight with halberds. And the reason why is because the men would usually go off to be soldiers, right?
Right.
Well, if you got all the men going off to be soldiers, who's going to protect the town from raiders? So the men. And it would get to the point where these women were so strong and so good at fighting with these halberds that bandits and marauders would literally join the army. So they would have to fight men on the battlefield instead of getting their ass kicked by women in the villages.
Wow.
Halberd. That's basically it almost looks like a curved sword on the end of a spear.
Yeah, it's
on the end of a staff.
Halberd is a general classification of like basically it's a blade on the end of a long stick. The type they used was it was a very thin curved blade on the end of like a 5.5, 6 foot long thing. And it was especially good at taking out horses because usually raiders would come in on horseback. So you just reach up and be like, "You dead."
You know what? Okay. You know what, man? I think I heard that story, but I heard it within the India side.
India would do it as well. There was a lot of cultures that would do it because the men would usually fight in the wars. And then another thing I was going to tell you, because you were talking about like in Africa, they would hunt. I had a friend in college. He was half Samoan. His mother, I believe, she was some kind of white. I don't know. There's so many of us. Who knows?
Right.
Sorry.
We all look alike.
Yeah.
Right.
But his father was pure blood Samoan. And he actually had moved from Hawaii to come to the United States when he was in like high school. And I was talking to him like, that's pretty cool. I've never been to Hawaii. Kind of want to check it out. And he goes, oh yeah, no, it was great. I said, so do you have any, interesting stories from Hawaii? Because, I'd always tell people about the shit that had happened when I was in Florida and Alabama. He goes, yeah, I got one. He goes, I actually went hunting with my dad. And I'm like, okay, you said your dad's full Samoan. That's got to be pretty cool. He goes, yeah, we went boar hunting. Okay. I'm thinking Texas or Alabama boar hunting. You go out there with a 12 gauge or a high-powered rifle. No. So he said he was about 6, 7 years old, went out with his dad, and his dad said, "Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna stay in the truck, lock the doors, and make as much noise as possible."
Mm.
Okay. So his dad just kind of disappears, and he's a little kid left in the truck. He's just honking the horn, having fun, shouting. So this boar showed up. So it wasn't like, Texas boar where, like 4 foot tall. He's still a decent sized boar. And he's looking around. He's like, "Okay, Dad, where you at?" And boar starts walking close to the truck, trying to figure out what's going on. Still doesn't see his dad. Says boar got about 15, 20 feet from the truck, and his dad, who, by the way, was a 6'8",
Whoa.
290-pound Samoan, big motherfucker, drops out of a tree, lands on this boar, grabs it by the head, and slams it on the ground.
God.
Picks it up, tosses it in the back of the truck, tells him to move over, and gets in the truck, right? That would be awesome enough if the story ended there. Now, they get about a mile down the road, and they hear something in the back of the truck. Apparently, the boar wasn't dead. Like, so what did he do? Did he pull out a knife? He goes, no. Because this crazy motherfucker pulled over on the side of the road, stopped the truck, got out, grabbed the tusk of this boar, and just wham! Laid it back out, got back in the truck, and drove home.
Yeah.
Do not fuck with a Samoan.
Yo. Yeah, they some strong. They some strong brothers. Boy.
He said what he did was he like grabbed the tusk and pulled over and just right here,
Yeah.
just fucking one hit and knocked this bitch out.
Yeah. They some strong. They some strong brothers, boy. They ain't no joke.
Well,
I want
right
to go
here's
hunting
the
with a Samoan.
temple.
Yep, I want to go hunting with a Samoan.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at history, there's a lot of cultures, a lot of nations that have used women in combat. Russians were one of them. The
Oh, they
Russians actually had a female sniper squad. They
were
also had,
terrifying.
oh yeah, they used a Mosin Nagant 7.62 by 5.4R rimmed Russian round.
AKA
Big
goodbye
fucking
engine
caliber.
block.
Wait,
Huh?
so what year was this?
I think that was World War
This
I.
was during World War One, I believe, or World War Two.
What?
But it was also during some of the like inter-country skirmishes and
Yeah.
conflicts, like within the Russian country.
during the czars.
One that I just learned about that was, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. He just said something. I said, oh, and they sent women in those skirmishes. You said throughout the country, right?
Well, they were snipers.
Oh,
Like when they went out, they picked off like one shot, one kill motherfuckers.
Oh,
And they were some badass bitches. There was
Whoa.
also another one that was they flew planes and they were actually nicknamed
Night Witches.
Night Witches. Yes.
Sabaton did a song about them.
Yeah, and they would fly and drop bombs on the trenches
what?
during the war. Yes. And they were some of the most highly decorated soldiers, and the men all talk shit about them. Was like, "Oh, why are you gonna take our equipment and give it to a bunch of women?" And
They got
them
some
girls
good shit.
kicked ass.
What?
And that was the nickname of the Russian bomber pilots, because this is a time where they had like what I call the paper biplanes, where you would see in the old movies. They would have the bomb and like do this or whatever, or they just reach over the side and go whoop.
Whoa.
They just drop that bitch. Yeah, that's the kind of, they weren't flying like modern day bombers. It was like old school shit. They'd have like a pile of them on the floorboard and just whoop,
They said that's how.
whoop.
They said John F. Kennedy's oldest son, when it died in the service, they say he was flying those planes, but it got stuck. He's supposed to let it go. The thing blew up. Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, they said he was flying one of those, dropping those bombs and stuff like that, but they said it blew up.
Yeah.
So
Shit.
I've heard various war stories from all over places, but I got to be honest with you, nothing ever makes me laugh as much as hearing some of the shit that the Chinese generals did. There was one, I don't remember his name, but
I'm sure Jenny could tell us.
this man will forever live in my heart as the greatest troll in all of history.
Mm.
So he had to
Damn.
defend a city. It was a walled city. He had a couple hundred soldiers on his command.
Yeah.
He had to defend them against an army that was like 1,000 or more in size. Now, you've got a city with a wall around it, and you've got maybe 200 men, and you got to defend against 1,000. What would you normally do?
What you say?
You've got a city. It's got a wall, and you've got maybe like 200 men, and you got to defend against 1,000. What would you do?
I'll probably roll out.
This crazy motherfucker ordered his men into hiding inside the city and opened all of the gates, and then sat on the wall facing the incoming army playing a flute.
What?
His men assassinated almost every one of them.
Nope. The army rolled up, saw him sitting on the wall doing that, went, "That's a trap," and left.
Yeah, I would have thought.
He literally fucking fucking just he mad dogged the entire army.
That was a good one though.
And I'm just like,
that's a good trick. I mean, that's that's
the
gangster.
Balls on this man.
That is gangster. That or the bad, that's gangster right there.
That's not only gangster, but that's fuck around and find out.
Right. Yeah, that's gangster right there. God.
Ooh.
Yeah. God. Goodness.
My bad. It wasn't a flute. It was a lute. And his name was, and I'm going to horribly mispronounce this, Zhuge Liang.
Oh, wow.
Jenny, I'm going to send it to you. You might be able to pronounce it better than I can.
Okay.
Wow. I'm trying to read I was looking at this history thing about the Muslims.
Do you have the site or?
Oh, also I got the numbers horribly wrong apparently. Let me scroll through here. So it was 150,000 soldiers that he was facing up against.
How much again?
150,000.
God. And he only had 2,000?
And he had, I'm looking at it right now, seeing if it says how many he had. It's not saying how many. He had 100 soldiers.
Yeah, 100 out of 100. God. Yeah, they could.
He just fucking sitting there playing his instrument.
And them bad boys turned around.
They saw it as a trap and were like, nope.
Okay, that ain't even gangster. That's straight thug.
You're right, that is.
All right, what's up, bitches? Come on, I dare you.
They must have seen God right beside him.
Yeah, he apparently was he served under Liu Bei, and I'm not seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find an actual pronunciation of his name for you, Jenny.
Yeah, because apparently Mike's just gonna sit here and butcher the fuck out of it.
Okay, so apparently it's Zhuge Liang.
Zhuge
Liang.
What did it say again?
Yeah, I'd have butchered that shit too.
It's the Z for this one is tricky because you pronounce it like a zoo, like a z, but in because this is Mandarin, you do it's you say it like a J.
Oh, okay.
Oh, kind of like was it
like not
Wukong,
like not Jesus, like Jesus,
like Neja.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because there's Jenny and I play this game called Warframe, and in it there's these two characters that actually have Chinese names. It's I've always pronounced them Wukong and Neja or Neza, but apparently it's Mhong and Neja.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't know what you just called me, but fuck you too, Mike.
So you a gamer, Mike?
Oh, that's all I really do. Well, that and art.
Is how far how far that has become as far as the gaming industry. Is it good money in it now as far as making money doing it or no?
Like making games? Let's put it this way: if the kid that made Flappy Bird had charged $1 per download for his game, he'd be one of the richest people in America right now.
What?
Fair enough.
Gaming is a very big industry right now because it used to be, you know, back when I was a little kid, if you wanted to play a game, you had to like have a PlayStation or a 64 or, you know, a really good computer to play one of the few computer games that were worth a damn. But now everybody and their mom has a smartphone, and you can develop games for smartphones super easily. Everybody has, you know, most people have at least one gaming console in their house. You can, you know, everybody has a computer, and even a low-end computer can run a game like Stardew Valley or Minecraft. Gaming's become a lot more accessible, so it's become much more lucrative. The problem is, gaming has this kind of culture to it. I was saying earlier, I don't dislike people, I dislike communities.
Right.
Where, and it really upsets me. We, as gamers, we used to get made fun of a lot. You know, gamers were always the outcast. You know, oh, why you spend all your time playing video games?
Yeah.
And we went from being the kids that got bullied to now we are the bullies. Now it's, oh, you play the anime games, you're a fucking weeb, and why are you doing that? You're a weirdo. Or, oh, you play nothing but shooters. You know, you don't have any real skill. And it's
right.
I remember back when I was a kid, it didn't matter what you played. Like I enjoyed playing Pokemon Snap and Harvest Moon, and just the fact that I played games, I had people like, dude, that's fucking awesome. Hey, you mind if I try? Yeah, you want to play this game? I got GoldenEye. Let's play some GoldenEye. And it's like, yeah, no, it's a game. It's fun. And it's one of the reasons why, even though I play games a lot of time, I try to avoid competitive games because it's just not fun.
I see this. When I said it because, like, my son, he's 7, and he don't play all the time, but he watches it on YouTube. And I seen this one guy. His name is Gaming with Kev, and then he watched this other family. This guy, man, gets like, oh man, like 3, 4 million, 21 million views. I'm like, oh, they play the Roblox game. But yeah, I think they from Alabama too. Fathead, this one family. But yeah, he got his son. He got his 3 kids. He got 3 sons.
I know him. I believe so because if it's who I think it is, he did Minecraft. No, I'm thinking a different guy. There was a guy who did Minecraft. It was him, his wife, and his 2 kids.
Yeah, I think
they were so much fun to watch.
Yeah, they live down south, right?
I don't think they lived in Alabama. I think they lived in Arkansas.
Does he wear glasses?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. I made a mistake if I said 3. Must be 2. But yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a few of them that are like that, so it could be a different person. But no, my stepdad's actually one that showed me. Yeah, no. Doing things like gaming YouTube and gaming streaming, they're big. Part of the problem is you either got to find a niche to fit in, or you got to be fun to watch. It's got to be one of the two.
Right. Because they've been around for a while, though. I mean, he went to this place and brought $100,000 Rolex watch. Go about 3 or 4 blocks down the street and gave it away to this homeless guy. I'm like, yo, you must be making a killing on YouTube on that. But he did because Gaming with Kev. One time he showed all the cars that he had. He had this $2-3 million house. Then he got property just to be on there playing the Roblox game with that my son played. And he had like a Ferrari. He had about 3 or 4 Lamborghinis, Bentley. I said, what? And he just be on there playing the game and stuff like that and get people, come on there and watch. I'm like, no, this gaming industry.
Shit.
Yeah, I was like, this gaming industry huge.
I am enjoying this conversation, but I am going to end this in a little bit. because I do need to get some sleep.
I just feel
Otherwise,
like
I'm
we've been
likely
going
to fall
for
asleep
4
on you guys. I'm be
hours.
like,
Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours. Hey, Vaughn, don't get anywhere once the stream ends. I do want to tell you that joke.
Oh, okay.
oh, yeah, we
Hmm?
can go backstage. Yeah, we can do it backstage.
Yep.
Yeah, we're down to like 6 people watching, I think. Who all still
Yeah.
in chat? Unless StreamYard's lying to me, I don't know.
I see
Hell, it might
6
be
people.
counting the 4 of us as
Right.
out of 6.
Right. I've been seeing that a lot. YouTube people been having all these people watch, and then it goes down to 1, and it goes back up to who actually watch.
Yeah.
Must be something going on.
Twitch has the same issue, and what happens is if you stay on the stream for too long, your system stops recognizing it. It's a way of preventing bots.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. I got it.
That's funny because I still get, I don't know if they're bots or just trolls, but I get that shit in mind.
Yeah.
Get tired of that shit because they always come in and I've noticed here lately, it looks like the name or whatever is in like Russian language.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and they put like VOM dot something, I think it is.
Hmm.
And I'm like, if you're going to fucking come in, say hi, whatever. If you're just a troll or trying to put some bullshit in there, just get the fuck on. I don't want anybody coming in being racist. I don't want them being hateful, and God forbid, don't come in my chat and be no fucking pedophile. Because
Right.
then I'm
Right.
looking for your address because I'm going to try to kill you.
Right.
Because I have no use for fucking pedophiles.
Right.
They're the most vile, disgusting human beings. Pedophiles and rapists. Like, don't fuck with kids.
But then,
Other than that, I mean, I figure this, man. If you're going to be racist, be a real racist. Hate the fucking human race. Because, the fact of the matter is, the differences between us as human beings is very fucking minute. And if you're going to hate somebody, find a better fucking reason to hate them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's only one race that I hate, and that's a 50-meter dash because I can't fucking run.
That's a good one.
But you know what? To your point, and you're absolutely right, Prepper. But a lot of these laws and things that's going on need to change because all those little children.
What needs to change is the mindset of people.
Yes. Because
I don't even think so much just the people, the politicians, because the people don't make the laws.
Well,
Our
the mindset of
Congress
the
makes them.
politician, mindset of politicians won't change until the mindset of the people change, and we start showing them, hey, if you don't start, doing shit the way we need it to be done, we're going to start removing you. You're only in that seat for so long before we get to vote in new ones.
But the thing is, like those priests that molested all those children, and then the insurance company of them went to legislators and had the legislators pass a law that you could not prosecute them. That stuff like that needs to change.
Yeah.
And people should have been
Absolutely.
people should have
That's
been
just like,
with that.
yeah,
Crazy.
that's just like, the whole affirmative action shit.
Mm-hmm.
A man should get a job on his merits and his character and his abilities,
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
not
I
for
hate
how
to,
he looks.
I hate to be that guy, but if we get back into this, we're gonna be another hour.
No, not really. I'm just saying,
I'm just giving you a heads
Vaughn's-
up.
Yeah, Vaughn's right. We do need to make changes, but until we as Americans, us we people
Mm-hmm.
down here at the bottom of the fucking stack, not the Ivy League or the elites,
Mm-hmm.
until we can all come together, put all our bullshit differences aside, and have civil conversations like we're having here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Until we can do that, ain't nothing ever gonna change.
Mm-hmm.
We're still gonna be
I'll
just
go
a
ahead and
bunch of
start. I'll go ahead and start. I'm going to start the movement tonight. I think we should all find one topic we can agree on and start pushing out from there. Can we at least all agree on one thing?
anime sucks.
First off, fuck you. No, Popeye's chicken is actually trash.
Oh, I never ate Popeye's chicken. I think I ate Popeye's
Bad. It's greasy. It's nasty.
10
Now,
years
hold
ago.
on, man. I like greasy, nasty fried chicken.
You like greasy, nasty everything. Chicken,
Like your big
women,
greasy, nasty
beer.
ass.
Nah, I can't. I don't eat Popeye's chicken.
I had it once because it was the only thing around. And I was hankering for some chicken.
Uh-huh.
I was on the toilet for 3 hours straight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. KFC's trash too. Ever since they removed the grilled chicken.
Yeah. I don't even like Church's chicken. I was like, man.
Church's is all right if you're like hung over as shit, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I like Chester's and Bojangles.
Bojangles ain't bad.
I
I
never
got one over in front of the Walmart.
had Chester's, and I never. I think I did have Bojangles, but I don't even remember. I think.
Bojangles is one of those ones that you don't get. Bojangles is like Sunday morning right after church chicken.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Like it's not something you want to eat every day, but it's definitely good.
Actually, I'm gonna be honest. Best fried chicken I ever had.
Uh-huh.
That buddy I told you about when my dad was in the army. He lived right next door to us. Michael, his grandma.
Right.
Find you an old black Mississippi woman.
I'm telling you, her fried chicken. She fried it in a cast iron skillet.
Yeah.
I don't remember what kind of oil she used. I remember it was a cast iron skillet though, but man, that was the bomb ass fucking best fried chicken I ever had.
Now I'll tell you something that'll change your life.
Lord.
Next time you're gonna do any kind of bird, chicken, pheasant, whatever, quail, go to the store and get you a bag of Lay's sweet barbecue chips. Crush those up.
Yeah.
Roll the chicken in that and fry it.
Yeah, I had that before.
That
Shit
sounds
will
good.
change your life.
Yeah, I had that before. I had that before. Yeah.
All right. We are going to end this. Y'all don't go nowhere. We'll go backstage for a minute. But everybody that been on in the chat, I appreciate y'all coming. Thank you. Enjoyed all the conversation and the comments and everything and the civility. Been awesome. And y'all have a good day. Y'all be safe and be happy. Life's too damn short. And that's something I wanted to say. I heard something on I watch a lot of YouTube shorts and shit. I find them interesting. Kevin Hart, fucking comedian. Kevin Hart. I like him as an actor. I like him as a comedian. He's funny. I don't know the man personally, so I couldn't really speak to his character. But something he said made a damn good amount of sense. He says he doesn't hate anyone. Hate takes too much energy and time. He doesn't have that kind of time. He's got better things to do with his time than to worry about hating on somebody. And I just thought that was real interesting. He doesn't have time or the energy. He's too busy focusing that time and energy on positive things. He ain't got that time or energy to hate another human being. Like if he doesn't like him, he just don't fuck with him. But he don't take the time to hate him. I really like that. I liked it.
You know, when you hate somebody, you let them live rent free in your head.
Yeah. All right, we got somebody else trying to pop in.
Yeah, his girlfriend. His wife is from Baltimore, where I'm from.
Okay. Hello, Jen.
What are you guys doing?
Wrapping up.
Actually getting ready to bounce. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm about to go to bed.
Oh, well, I hopped up to say hello. Good night.
Oh, well, hey,
hello
Jen.
And good night.
Sorry, I would have, if I went, I never get, notifications. Nobody does.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and if I would have known you were live, I would have came over, way a long time ago. So.
Remember, if you want notifications, the best way to do it is to make sure you've got your YouTube account tied to your email and hit the bell. It actually does send a notification to you. It'll actually notify you on
here lately, it hasn't been.
It's supposed to send a notification, push message notification through the YouTube app on your phone.
Well, you know what? I guess I got this weird email, you guys, and it says that the memberships are paused. Some of the memberships are paused or something.
They might be redoing their security system.
Yeah, and they said if you want to cancel it or do whatever, and I'm like, well, no, I don't want to cancel anything. And they said that when it starts up again, it resumes your recurring payments. But yeah,
Oh, that's for the YouTube payment thing. The Bell shouldn't charge you anything, and that should just, if you have the YouTube app and it's tied to the same account you use on the computer and everything, it's supposed to notify you.
Yeah, I don't get notifications, and then all of a sudden, like, something's going on with all the memberships, and
so to all the people that I'm on their memberships, I'm really sorry. I don't know what's going on, so don't ask me. Ask YouTube. Ask Susan Wojcicki. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been missing a lot of shit too.
All right, so we're gonna go and wrap up.
All right, yeah, because I'm gonna take my ass to bed.
I'm probably gonna play Skyrim for another 30-40 minutes and then do the same.
It's 4:20 somewhere in the world.
Yeah,
it is.
I'm gonna go to bed and then I have to do I'm gonna go on a prayer-thon on Hawk's channel. They have a prayer-thon there.
What time is that?
Oh, that's on now.
Hawk's going right now?
Yeah, he's on now. He's on Hawk's number 9. Hawks Mustard Seed 9. He's on that.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, because I think I'm up to 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on 9 going to prayer-thon.
Okay. Well, then if he's doing that, then and if Prepper Setting's gonna end, then I'll wait till tomorrow and I'll do a
solar sun update tomorrow, you guys. But don't worry, we're gonna be here tomorrow. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. The sun's looking a little angry, but I think we're gonna be here. So don't worry. Okay. Yeah. So
Alrighty.
okay, then I'll meet you guys over at Hawks.
Okie dokie, sweetie.
10-4, 4:20.
Jesus.
All right. All right. Everybody, I'll see y'all later. Appreciate the chat. Good night, everybody. We'll go back.
Good night.
All right, don't go anywhere.